All right, we will call to order this Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, March 12th. It is 5:01. And first order, as far as remarks are concerned, a couple of things. Obviously, an item that's been taking a lot of the time of the staff here at Town Hall is the situation with the center building. We have that as an item on our agenda, so we'll be discussing it in a little more detail, so I won't use a lot of time right now in terms of going over that. I also did want to recognize, today we received a check from Dwight Rowland, who's with Bethwood Baseball. They do this every year. They donate money to the town for the efforts of our public works people who take care of their fields, and to help defray the costs associated with doing that, and because they appreciate the type of job that they do, and they've been doing it for quite some time now. So I just want to recognize them, say thank you again to Dwight and the organization for the generosity and for their thoughtfulness along those lines. Staying with some good news, and it will be a few items of good news. Today I was actually honored invited to participate in a ceremony at the JCC, and basically what it was about is that there were three members of JCC who happened to be working out at the JCC Fitness Center when a gentleman went into cardiac arrest. And the reason for the citation is because of three, only one of whom is a doctor, immediately recognized what was going on and began CPR and AED, as a matter of fact, process, which, and kudos to our AMR resources who arrived at the JCC within like 4 to 5 minutes. 4 minutes, I think, is what they said. And it was very specifically due to their actions that this gentleman survived. So they had an event today where we presented them with citations, the individuals who were involved. Also recognize the AMR people who arrived on the scene and were able to take care of that. And I got to meet the gentleman himself, who was just truly full of life. But it was really truly an honor and something that you just don't get an opportunity to do every day. So thankful. And then the individuals' names were Trina Strickland, Christina Chow, and Michael Kadaki. And if not for their quick response, it's like everyone who was involved said, if not for their quick responses, wouldn't have been a successful story. So, and the last good news item is Yoni Zamir, who is our vice chair of our TPZ, was recently asked and accepted and honored in terms of being named a judge here in the state of Connecticut. So I also wanted to congratulate Yoni on that honor, and he will be resigning from TPZ as a result of it. but it's certainly a very good story from that perspective. So that said, I'm going to ask that we move to amend our agenda because the Conservation Commission was not able to attend tonight, did not want to present to us this evening. So we would like to remove that item from the agenda. Additionally, I know that we were all provided at our last meeting when we met with the Cooper Robertson team for the CCW review. We were asked to provide input, which we all did. We just this afternoon received some summary information from that review that they did, and I had it on the agenda for us to have some discussion on that. My sense is, and I've also received input and feedback from some folks who said it might be beneficial if we actually had that discussion in regards to the input and the summary in public forum at a time where we felt we could spend some time on it as a standalone agenda item. So I know I notified you all this afternoon to see if there was some time, maybe next week, that we could potentially meet and have this as the agenda item, the only agenda item for us to have discussion on. And so when we get to that item on the I'd like to move that we also remove that from the agenda for this evening and actually set up a special meeting for us to have that discussion. So
I second that.
Can it? Okay. That's moved and seconded. In discussion, I'll wait and ask a question.
yes, please. It's moved and seconded. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just wondering how that fits in their schedule. I wouldn't want to hold them up. Will we have until next week if
Yes.
you're able to have that meeting?
We've confirmed that. In the meantime, based on the input that we did, there's work that they can continue to do, because that's exactly what we asked too, in terms of does that delay everything? And they said, no, it would not. So we could have that discussion. It'll be discussion in public. And then we can, if there's any changes or anything along the lines that we come up with as a result of that discussion, we can let them know, and they can still, it won't impact negatively on the schedule.
Okay, and I think I was probably unclear, just because of the technological disconnect. As a result of everyone having given input, those messages, I know we weren't going to be CCing each other and we weren't going to be discussing them in any format outside of a public meeting, but will they become part of our public record for the
Yes.
next meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
so we'll get materials in advance of the meeting, so those will be in the materials?
Correct.
Okay.
The summary, you're talking about like the actual
Well, each
documentation
of
that
us
was.
gave feedback
Mhm.
of like why we thought, or at least I know I gave feedback of why I thought the choice I indicated to them. So I just wanted to know if that was going to, I mean, it is public, it's
It is already
FOIable.
public,
Yeah,
correct.
right.
Correct. So yes, but if we can have that, we can have everybody's input included in a package so that everyone sees what everyone else put
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
And everyone did, and I'd like to thank the Board of Selectmen because everyone did provide input. So they were able to work with that, and they feel very comfortable that if we have the discussion for the purposes of having it in public and also for the purposes of seeing if what we discuss changes or changes the opinions or direction that they can still use that information. So we're good with that.
Mika, the goal of the discussion is to, review, be all on the same page with what feedback was provided, but to give to Cooper and Robertson what?
We don't have to deliver them anything. They have,
Okay.
what they have right now is enough
Is
for them
enough.
to move forward with.
Okay.
So what we would be doing is determining if there's anything more.
Okay.
If somebody says, you know what, I thought I liked C, but after talking about it with everyone, I like B. Or,
Okay.
that type of thing there. So we just, if there's any changes to what they've already been presented, we can articulate that and we can make sure that they use it.
So that motion is taking two things off the agenda,
Correct.
is that where we are?
Correct.
I would like to applaud your move to pull CCW master plan off. It was 7 on our agenda. There are probably not many members of the public who stay up that late. So I think it's great to get the opportunity for more public input on one issue. I like the idea that we can just settle in on. Anytime we can give real full attention to one issue that's important, I think that's great. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder if, I'm sure we can take it on a case-by-case basis, but I wonder if this should just be the course of action
Mhm.
with CCW moving forward.
As we get closer and closer, there's more and more.
More to dive into.
Correct. So it might be something, again, I'm here always, so it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me as much as it does you folks, so it's, please provide me your input on that and we'll see. And we'll do what we need
As
to
long as we don't
do.
have to bring in the CPR team
So-
from the JCC to work you over.
Mika, I did email you about
Yes.
this today. I'm sorry I didn't do it sooner, but traveling made it difficult for me. So, for whatever it's worth, I am in support of that approach moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you would all provide me that input, we can start looking at that as being, we get the input from CCW, the next week we can make a meeting to talk about it a little bit, so in a different way. All right? They will not be part of those meetings, so that's
Sure.
one thing to consider. Any
But
other
they
comments?
would still come to our
Our
regular
meetings,
schedule.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
One other thing in terms of scheduling, if there are other I don't know if the Technical Advisory Committee is meeting again, if that date has been chosen, and I think we talked about a public session, but I don't think a date is chosen for that either.
March 25th for the TAC,
Okay,
and April 2nd, if I'm not mistaken, for the next public session. Yes, in answer to your question.
okay.
I'm sorry,
April 2nd for the open house.
open house and,
And March 25th for the TAC meeting, next workshop, next
Okay.
TAC workshop.
are we expected?
No,
Okay.
that's for
It's
the TAC.
virtual too, I guess the lot, right, Carol, when you said the TAC, like next TAC work, it's
It-
only working call, which will
and
be
they are
recorded and all.
Okay,
They are doing it after hours to accommodate the members of the TAC.
okay, thank you.
6 to 8, I believe it is.
And we're going to be meeting again, is it the Wednesday, the 26th, or you said next week?
Next week, actually.
Next.
The
The
follow,
19th.
we
The
looked
19th.
at that week where the 26th is a Wednesday on there, and none of the days work for everybody there. Next week, if we, and I'd like to, right now, if we can, look at the schedules and figure out when we want to do it next week,
I am available on the 19th at 5 as
as asked.
proposed,
Mhm.
yeah.
As am I.
I am too.
David,
On which,
next Wednesday, 19th.
yeah, I think I
You
replied.
did, you wrote me back.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm working, but if that's a good time for everyone, I can try to listen.
Okay, if you're comfortable with that, I usually try to make it so everybody can attend. Steve?
Yeah.
I'd prefer not to meet at all next week, but I can be here, but this is an extremely full time for me.
Hmm.
And adding
makes
meeting
sense.
after meeting is a challenge, so.
I think it's a,
It's a
it's
challenge.
certainly a challenge for me too.
So, and though
I
yeah,
empathize.
Yeah, it's,
I will just caution that trying to do it virtually was really hard. Because you miss what's happening in the room and you're not really interacting, you're just one way. So if there's a different date that,
Is the 20th? I was going to say the same thing, Maria. I feel similar.
yeah,
Is the 20th any better for people?
20th is fine.
That's worse?
20 is what I'm absolutely unavailable.
So
W-
Tuesday, the 18th?
The
Is there
18th
any
work?
day
The
that's better
18th
for you?
I cannot do.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
The 26th, originally I said I could not do, but I now can.
Steve's not here for that week. I know
Okay.
that for sure.
Okay.
And I'm not going to suggest St. Patrick's Day. Just not doing that to you.
Oh, you got a green beer?
And the other option is for us to
We
look
all
at the
looked
first
at-
week of April. I mean, it really,
Well, would that delay?
we asked him if we do it the beginning of the first week of April, we're still okay.
Like Thursday the 3rd, because the 2nd is the.
Now, the
country
beginning
club.
would be the Monday or the Tuesday. Oh, that is the open house, isn't it?
The Wednesday is the open house, the 2nd,
The 31st?
but Monday the
Is that is the school having a day off that day? Is that new holiday?
So
That
that's
wouldn't
not
be
till
for next year.
That's next
Oh,
that's-
okay.
So it would be
The
Monday,
30th.
the 31st.
I could do that.
No, I can't.
Cannot?
I won't be in town.
I could also
Or-
do
or
Tuesday the
anywhere.
1st.
I can't do the first.
So maybe if we could just,
Thursday the 27th. Steve, is that also a no
No.
for you?
Yeah, that whole week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thursday the 3rd.
Mika's not here.
so Maria, in terms of, if you are able to participate remotely, maybe if we just have the room set up a different way so it's not turning to the screen, and maybe if we're all looking at you on our screen, that might be better.
Can you do it if you're working? I don't know
I
if you can
may
do
not
that.
even be able
Yeah.
to be on screen. Hit or miss.
Yeah.
I know people probably are going to hate me for posing this, but what about a Friday?
Yeah, those malpractice suits are really
It's the
bad.
same as every other day for me.
I know, that's right.
At this point for me too.
Which Friday?
Friday, the 28th? Oh, no, that's that week. I'm sorry. Friday, the
21st.
21st?
No,
No.
no, I'm out of town.
Oh,
So-
okay.
So I'm out of town on the 20th.
Beyond.
Yeah, the next week it's possible. I mean, I can do some things remotely, but as to Sheila's point, it's hard to have a discussion on that. And the next 2 weeks are just very difficult for me to find a date.
What about Friday, the 14th?
That's tomorrow,
Day
day after tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, we have time to notice it.
I'm not here.
How about,
So,
well, we can't really do
With
tomorrow.
this in mind,
Well, we could do 6 o'clock
do
tomorrow.
we just keep it on the agenda for tonight and then moving forward, implement this approach? If it seems appropriate or possible?
Um,
It seems
You
like
don't
it's
have-
either the 19th
Yeah.
or without Maria potentially, or
Well, why don't we do
Tonight.
both? Why don't we have some discussion tonight so Maria can participate, and then we can
but,
continue
like,
with
limit
discussion.
it to X amount of time or
Yeah,
something?
and Steve as well.
Yeah, we really, just having received the information today, we don't have obviously everybody's input, so it would just be a matter of discussing what the inputs are. If we want to just do that from a presentation standpoint, and then we can see what we can arrange from there. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think the idea of keeping it as a separate meeting might be more relevant in the future when there's bigger things to look at, but at this stage, I don't know what a separate meeting, how long that would be. I'd hope that we could keep today's discussion, or discussion today, within the confines of a reasonable amount of time.
Agreed.
There might be different opinions on what a reasonable amount of time
Well,
is
when
for it,
I
but,
posed this as an idea to Mika earlier, I was thinking of last meeting when there was a lot to process and
Yep.
discuss. So, not really knowing what the goal of today was. I agree with you. I think that is possible tonight, but moving forward, when
Yep.
there is more
Just-
discussion or consideration.
Have we failed on our attempt to hold the fourth Wednesday as well? Is that what's happening?
In certain instances, it wouldn't be an issue. We expect that at the fourth, there's going to be times where people just can't make the meeting.
Got it,
But
yeah.
for this particular topic, I feel it's important that we're all present.
I agree.
From that perspective. So, it's just so happens that it's that time of year where it's a challenge. So from my perspective, what I'll suggest, just in the interest of time now, is that I'll amend the motion to remove the conservation from the agenda and to continue with the master plan discussion. And at the time that we have it, if we need to limit the amount of time that we actually discuss it, we will do that as necessary. And we'll see how we are as we approach that. So,
That
do I have a
sounds-
second?
Friendly amendment. I will second that. as well.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'll just say if we could all be more intentional, or if possible, of keeping that fourth Wednesday open, I think with what lies ahead, that's in our best interest.
Understood. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion passes. And I'm still on my remarks. So before I finish, I wanted to return a compliment to David. I attended the Amity Board of Education meeting this past Monday, and I just wanted to thank you for your comments, which were on point. And fortunately, I stayed for the rest of the meeting, and
I didn't.
there was a
I think I made the better choice on that one.
but they did consider, and it was even the people from Orange who recognized our plight, so to speak, from this perspective, although they didn't wasn't a significant impact in terms of the overall numbers. I just thought it was well said in terms of what you presented, and also it was well received, or at least it was acknowledged
Listen
as
to.
having been received from the Board of Ed. So we have some work to do along those lines, and I think next year we really need to take a good hard look at what's happening here, and over the course of this next year, determine what can be done to sort of,
Moving forward, maybe it's a good example for them about what a bad idea it is to save money rather than to actually bond things,
Right.
to do their capital costs by overtaxing us on a regular basis is
So.
clearly one of the problems
So.
for us this year, particularly because of our census. And it doesn't make sense to do that to us just based on the number of students we have, because it just really puts us almost at odds with the other towns, not just the school board. but-
in this case, it's us, in another case, it could be the other towns.
Could
So
be
it's
as
something
well.
that we really need to consider. So thank you. I just wanted to thank you for that, and then we will move on to our next agenda item, which, as it turns out, is our administrative officer, who gets to say something from the earliest point of view. And
Thank you. I have our monthly report through February. And that's a year-end surplus of just a little over $500,000, which leaves us a decrease of our fund balance at $300,000 or $8.8 million. Our revenue side of the budget is consistent throughout the year, which is a surplus in interest income of about $250,000. I pulled that back just a little based on our current earnings. And we have a deficit in charge for services about $160,000, again due to transfer station revenues, and that was because there were we had projected to do some fee increases that we never actually did, and so we're hoping to do that for next year's budget. And $70,000 is $90,000 in building permit revenue, and so I think that was due to some timing issues on the development on Bradley Road that are taking a little longer than we thought. For expenses, natural gas, we'll monitor that, and we may have some deficits in some accounts, but we're trying to keep track of that and hopefully fund within each department as necessary. The center building, we are, as Mika indicated, have had some testing expenses that we're currently sort of in the process of, and so I don't have a complete number on that, but we're gathering that information and whatever else is necessary for that project, and we'll report that back probably at your next meeting. And building official, there's a surplus there of about $14,000. That's just due to comparison of his actual hours he works versus what was projected in the budget. Waste management is a projected surplus of about $30,000. Most of that is in municipal solid waste. That sort of offsets the losses in revenues, which is also as a result of some decline in some of the MSW and bulky waste at the transfer station. And Amity School District, we reduced our March payment by $352,967. So that shows up as a surplus in their expenditure line item because our March payment was reduced by that amount. And finally, healthcare should retiree health savings, about a $20,000 surplus in that line. So those are all our highlights for the month.
Tony, in terms of the fees associated with the transfer station, if I'm not mistaken, the ordinances were changed so that the Board of Selectmen
That's correct.
can
So the Board of
modify
Selectmen-
those changes.
Correct. Yes, so the
So-
selectmen we have to put some information together, we'll present it to you, and then you can make, your decisions based on the information, or if you need more information, we're happy to get that.
So you'll see that coming up in future meetings.
And Tony, do we set that for the fiscal year? We
Yeah,
wanna get
most
it in
likely for the
place
fiscal year,
July?
yeah,
Okay.
that would be our goal.
Yeah,
yeah.
makes it easier.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Next. Is it funding requests?
I believe so.
Okay, funding requests. So there's a number of funding requests here, a few of which are from contingency. You will see that the contingency balance after the proposed requests is just over $100,000. So the first request is $5,000. This one you may want to table until the next meeting because there was not actually a presentation. This was anticipating that they would present. Okay.
Do they have to?
Is there
I'll make a motion. I'll make a
Yes,
motion that
yeah.
we table this until such time as we hear from the Conservation Commission and others who will provide that
I'll
information.
second.
Any more discussion on that?
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Deputy.
Okay, the next is 2425-27 for the amount of $2,463. This is a request of the transfer of funds within the assessor's budget for additional printing and binding costs due to revaluation and sending increased notices to real property owners. I will, again, say that this is from within her budget.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-27 of $2,463 to fund the assessor printing and binding line.
A second? Any discussion? All in favor? I'll only add that the appeal, the Board of Assessment Appeals is what you're seeing happening out here.
Right.
So,
Good,
Which also is using this room the fourth week in the month, which makes scheduling a meeting extra.
so,
May I ask, when the center building is up, the community center, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
can that be used as a meeting location to avoid conflict?
yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The next is 2425-28 in the amount of $30,000. And this request is to fund electricity in the center building, although this was before.
Yes,
had
I
it
wanted
shut.
to ask about that.
So we may want to
Table that.
table
right?
this one also.
And Tony, in light of this, all that's going on with the center building, do you feel like we need to be more conservative with using our contingency funds?
I would say certainly, but what's going on in the center building is a excellent example of why you have a fund balance.
Correct, yeah. Do we have enough?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah. And we would have enough to address the situation there. And I think this is a perfect example of what you would use it for.
Okay.
Something that came up, you didn't anticipate it, somewhat of an emergency situation, you want to get it done quickly, and it's not something you can put in next year's budget or something. And so that's what I would say that you would use it for.
So to be clear, you're not concerned about using the funds for other things?
For
in-
contingency.
Correct.
Right, well, not necessarily, no.
Non-center building
No,
expenses?
no.
Okay. Thank you.
Especially for something like electricity. If it was like something that is like a project or something that's not necessarily, I mean, electricity is something we have to,
Sure.
you know.
So are we making a motion to table that?
I have not had a motion yet.
Or, yeah, what is the request, Tony? What are your thoughts?
I would say you can either table it or you can reduce it, maybe, by, but I just don't know how much yet. I don't know how long it's going to be open, you know.
So can I make a motion to table it
Sure.
until we
Yep.
have more information?
Sure.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
The next is 2425-29, the amount of $7,000. This is to fund electricity and waste management. It's a line item transfer from within the waste management budget.
I'll make that motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-29 of $7,000 to fund the deficit in the waste management electricity account.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
And the last one is request for funding 2425-30 for $55,000. I think this one we're safe on doing this one, hopefully. And that's for Public Works overtime, as well as anticipated overtime costs through June 30th, and a majority of which is related to the snow season that hopefully just passed.
I'll make that motion to approve the funding request 2425-30 of $55,000 to fund the deficit in the Public Works overtime account.
I'll second.
Discussion?
I do wonder, with overtime, in anticipation, of course, I think we all know weather forecasters aren't always accurate and aren't necessarily accountable for that, but if we are anticipating a storm, is it possible, is it practice to shed normal hours in anticipation of needing to work extra hours to avoid logging OT?
In a large storm where it's well in advance of Tony, I should let you answer this because
Like-
you've been through this in the past.
What do you mean by shed hours? We
In
can't
other
just
words-
tell people they can't work their normal shift,
Okay.
right?
In
'Cause it's
yeah.
contractually, we have a contract, to be able to
Okay.
provide those hours.
Okay.
So we have to provide those hours. I think a lot of times the cost of overtime sort of depends on when it happens.
Sure.
When it happens.
And Sunday we had a couple of storms on a Sunday, which is a lot more expensive than on a regular,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll also make the comment that there are some folks in the public who had mentioned how we're fortunate that we haven't had very many snowstorms this year. but wasn't the snowstorms that caused, it was every time there's sleet or ice or,
Right.
Wind.
or those types
Correct.
of, that's what we really use most of the time and the material for,
And I
so.
would say if we could be more proactive in our tree maintenance, that need would potentially decrease. Though that comes with a cost as well, so it's complicated, but
And
We can
that's in
mitigate that.
conjunction with the utilities.
Yeah.
You know, so,
So motion.
motion was made, motion was seconded, we have discussion, any further? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is a bid award for essentially crack sealing and painting the tennis courts here on Center Road. We issued bids for that, and we received 3 responses. And the low bid was Craft Co. for $49,950. Craft, we've used Hinding in the past, which was at $69,800. As you can see, there's a significant difference there. Adam's done a lot of work on this, did a lot of investigation on the contractor, checked references, and did a lot of research on this particular vendor, and is recommending Craftco for the bid. Essentially, cannot find a justifiable reason to pay an extra $20,000 for the same service. So.
Could you explain what that exception is?
So I asked them about the exception, and that would be like where there's existing cracks. This pays for one, if you need to be extra coats over because we have like existing cracks, right? So this is to seal those and to paint them once. But if you need full removal and replacement of existing repairs and extra painting, this would not cover it. But I asked him that if that's an issue, and he said that he doesn't anticipate that that'll be a problem.
has
He
he
being Adam.
seen it? Oh, Adam, is
Yeah.
he, not
Yeah.
Kraft? Okay.
Right. That'd be like if there's an existing repair, they take it off and then redo it. They're gonna go right over the existing cracks.
Tony,
makes
my,
sense.
my question or concern is, you mentioned Hinding has done it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Is their quote higher because they know the site, know the issues, and anticipate those exceptions? Not to doubt Adam's
Right.
expertise, but they might,
I just don't think he can find enough of a justification to pay that much extra.
yeah,
If it was $5,000, we may be having a different conversation.
yeah.
But for $20,000, there was no, could not find a reason why we should do that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm just
essentially
concerned
it.
that this
I mean,
49,950 will
Is
end
there
up being
is there a chance
Yeah,
that
that- and that's where I was
49,950?
going, yeah.
you
Is
know,
there a chance that 49,950 could be a little more, perhaps? But there's also
But
a
likely
chance.
not
so could the other.
20,000
But not
more.
likely not 20,000. Right.
okay.
We're not planning on having the US Open here.
Right. Exactly. Right.
I don't know, Dave. I'm getting pretty good. Do we have a timeline for this work?
Well, the idea is to do it before the season starts.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a
Do we have a motion?
question?
I don't know if we, I don't know if
We
we,
don't have a
motion.
motion.
but I'll make the motion
We don't have
just
a
to
motion.
jump in there. I'll make the motion to award the bid for the tennis court crack sealing and painting bid be awarded to Craftco for the bid amount of $49,950.
Second?
Discussion.
Yeah. So I just want to back up for a minute. So we're talking about the tennis court that is over here.
Right over here, yeah.
And what's the lifespan of this type of work?
So as time goes on, it's less and less
Yeah.
because we've done this probably maybe 3 times since I've been here. This is the 4th time.
Yep.
So each
So
year, it
it's 5
seems
years.
like the time between each is getting shorter and shorter, I think, because of the condition of the courts.
Right. Because I know
And
in
the
Amity
condition
they
of the
had to do the
environment.
complete resurfacing
Right.
at a certain point.
Yes. And there's from what Adam tells me, there's a high water table in that area,
Yeah.
which is contributing to the cracking, and probably is not the best place to put tennis courts.
So this is a short-term fix, probably less than 5 years. And I guess my only other concern is we're talking about potentially this space here bordering right up to that for potentially police department. And would we invest in a tennis court that's going to go away within that 5-year time span? But That said, we're not doing it this summer, we're probably not doing it next summer, even if we
And
tried.
I will
so-
say they get a lot of use for both tennis and pickleball,
Yes.
which is part of what the painting will be, right? Karen's gonna paint pickleball lines on too.
Right.
Additionally,
Yeah.
keep in mind that these are dollars that we had previously.
It's funded last year.
It was funded last year.
Yeah, I remember,
And
yeah.
we wanted to wait until this year, until the spring to get it done. So it's not only been earmarked, but I've gotten a number
lot-
of.
Yes.
a number
Years are
of-
getting
I've gotten-
long.
I've gotten a lot of input
We get a lot
from
of
the
concerns
people,
about it.
right,
Yeah.
people
So
who use those courts in
They are
terms of.
heavily used.
I mean,
they're
at a
heavily
minimum,
used.
we're gonna get 2 full seasons
least,
out of
yeah.
it, so.
Yeah.
if
I
not more.
don't see a shovel going into the ground there for at least 2 years, probably longer.
Right.
By the time we decide the site and develop the plans, but
Yeah.
it's certainly something that we did think about when we were even contemplating.
Yeah,
this.
my concern is that we're putting like sort of a capital investment in, and we're not gonna get the full useful life, but we're gonna get close to the useful life, as
This
Tony's
is more of
saying,
like a.
each year it's less.
It is capital, but it's just kind of a maintenance
Yeah,
type
Yeah.
of request
true.
because of the
And
condition.
if we install tennis courts elsewhere in town, we should be much more intentional about the
Certainly.
site. Yeah.
Yes.
And to give you some perspective, we also, at one point, when we were looking at this last year, and I asked the company one of the companies who was looking at providing us some costs in terms of the repair, to go down to the country club and see what it would cost to restore those courts there, the four courts. And that number came in at $867,000.
That's
So-
similar to what they spend at Amity.
Yeah, so it's, it's not a small ticket item at all in terms of it, so repairing these, I think, is important, just so we can continue to have the residents.
$800,000 is a lot of money.
Yes.
It's a lot of money,
It's-
it's a lot of money.
We could become a,
Surprised.
we could become a tennis-free town for that kind of money.
well, And we still have the courts at Beecher Road School,
Right?
right?
Yep.
That's our.
Yeah, you can reserve there too.
Yeah. And that, I guess,
Though
goes
those
to
were
that
temporarily
planning for
shut.
recreation.
Not
looking at-
available, I think, during
We're looking to
the,
fix the.
They're not available during school hours,
yeah,
correct?
yeah, and when they were doing the repaving and
Correct.
stuff.
Yeah.
That- So,
Over the summer, they were not
yeah, over the
available.
summer they were
Correct.
not
So,
available,
so
which made
perhaps
these in
going
greater
forward,
demand.
as we look at locations for capital projects like the police station, and then also investment, recreation comes to us every year asking about investing in fields. So more of a kind of a master plan of where we're gonna do that, versus, continue, like each year, each time we put in a 5-year fix, we're sort of committing to 5 years, maybe this is less than 5 years, but, just having a sense of where we're eventually gonna move things, so that the public is aware of what our planning is. So, that was I just wanted to
So
ask.
Those are good thoughts.
Yeah,
Thank you. Additional,
Call vote.
all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Okay, thank you. And there's one other item. It's a bid waiver request for the storage facility. The town is seeking approval to waive the bid process, engage the services of Promoco to provide corrective work at the fire storage and training facility regarding the steel corrective work for $83,760. And this is critical to maintaining our timeline for the completion of the facility. We've used this firm in the past and been satisfied with their work, and we anticipate this will be paid from the existing contract of the existing contractor. So I've outlined the corrective work in the memo below and attached the quote.
I'll make the motion to waive the bid process and engage the services of Promoco to provide corrective work at the fire storage and training facility for $83,760.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yeah, how is that gonna be, again, I didn't understand exactly how that was gonna be covered.
So we anticipate we're going to pay it out of the existing contract.
Out
Instead
of
of
the-
paying the vendor who's doing the work, we're going to pay this vendor out of those funds.
I got it. This is, okay.
But Tony, if that changes, will this be brought back to the board?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely, yeah,
okay.
absolutely. But that's our anticipation.
And I
Okay.
assume the due diligence to find this vendor,
Yes, there was due
It's-
diligence, there was, and we've reviewed the pricing with, others, and, it was in line with this type of work.
Any other discussion?
Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Tony.
Okay.
Looking at the time, we can move on to the center building update.
Ouch.
6 o'clock.
It's 6.
6 o'clock. At the request of the Human Services Department, the town was asked to, and complied with testing one of the rooms up on the second floor at the Beecher Road building. The request was made as a result of some of
Center
the,
Road.
I'm sorry, Center, I'm sorry, I
Center
said
building, not
Beecher,
Beecher.
excuse me, at the Center building. Thank you, Tony.
Okay.
And the request was made as a result of some of the employees who had worked in that area having gotten sick. And in an effort to make sure that there was nothing being caused by the environment, we were asked to and did test. The tests were general tests. When I say, air quality, general air quality tests for a number of different types of conditions. The air quality tests all came back clean, and subsequently, additional tests were done in the effort to be more thorough. Additional tests were done that included wipe tests. And in the wipe tests, it was identified that the wipe tests there's no standard associated with wipe tests. There's no parameters associated with wipe tests that dictate this is above, this is below, and what action needs to be taken, but rather it just says, is there or isn't there for different types of materials. It was identified that there was a wipe test that showed positive for asbestos. So we did additional testing, and we did additional testing throughout the building. The very good news is that, and we've done extensive air testing throughout the building. We've done it, OSHA has done it, we've provided the reports to the Connecticut Department of Health, Quinnipiac Valley Health. And we also have, because of the daycare there, we've also engaged an occupational environmental health team from Yale specifically to help us in identifying and evaluating and just kind of getting perspective in terms of what's there. Again, really important to understand, all of the air quality tests have been clean. All of them that we've done have been clean. When we've done the wipe tests in different areas, we've identified that there is asbestos. There is asbestos in the building. We know there's asbestos in the building. There's asbestos in many buildings. Where it leaves us, unfortunately, is in a position where there's no defined or specific action to be taken as a result of the wipe tests. So we are consulting with all the agencies I just told you about to see exactly what the next best thing to do is. Now, folks have asked, for example, as far as the police department is concerned, why we never emptied that part of the building specifically, and why they're still there. The police department segment of the building was built in the 1980 when asbestos products were not used as extensively as they had been used in the 20s and the 30s when the other portions of the buildings were built. So there's not asbestos in there to the degree that there are others. We did also obviously do the air quality tests there, which did come back clean. And we also did wipe tests. And in the entire police department, they did representative wipe tests throughout the police department. And they found 2 areas where there are traces of asbestos. So there was little concern in regards to the police department as far as the asbestos was concerned. We did need to close the other part of the building in an effort to be as cautious as possible and to understand exactly what action we should take going forward. That included the daycare area, which obviously was hardship for those parents, but it was something that we felt was necessary. And we also looked and tested the gym area, our gymnasium area, as well as our Woodbridge Center area as well. Again, positive tests were found in those areas in terms of wipe tests, undefined in terms of what action needs to be taken, and we continue to work with the consultants and to determine what course of action can be taken and when we can move forward with the cleaning that's required. And the reason you hesitate on the cleaning is because if you don't want to do a full heavy-duty remediation where it's not required because of the cost, simply because of the cost. And because of the actions that's required in terms of making that happen. So if there's a lesser, as a result, that can be done or should be done, that's what we want to know. We want to understand that, and that's what these people are here to help us define. So we are getting closer to getting that information and bringing all those agencies together. And we feel, out of an abundance of caution, that we will continue to keep it closed. We can go in there. We go in there for testing. Every agency that's been in there has not reported anything that they feel is hazardous in terms of walking in there, being in there, or anything as such at this point. And we're waiting for the results of their evaluation so that we can determine the best of course of action. But obviously, we're going to make sure that our staff, in particular, our staff and anybody who's in and around that building are safe. So that's what we're doing right now. I can't give a time frame in terms of when things will happen. I know that we're at this point in time, we've concluded virtually all of the testing. We'll do some things at the police department specifically to address any concerns and fears that some of the folks there have, or concerns that they have as a result of having worked there. But again, it was every single agency that we talked to, particularly at the police department, has indicated there's really no evidence of anything harmful going on there at all. But we will take precautions as necessary to make sure that our officers feel safe. Question?
I do have a couple
Please.
questions. One is a matter of funding you mentioned consultants. So where and how much? Like, where is that coming from and how much is it, or is it still to be determined?
It's still to be determined.
Okay.
Still to be determined. This is going to be considerable.
Sure.
It's going to be considerable.
And then for the child center, I just can't imagine how challenging it is for those families. So are we doing anything to help
Yes.
provide alternatives? Or
We
what's the staff?
worked with their staff. Just to be clear, we notified them almost immediately when we found out that there was something going on, that there was something there that we felt should be of concern. Yes, we tried working with them in terms of alternatives. The church was very, very open and willing and engaged in terms of, since they were supposed to go there anyway, they were seeing what alternatives can be done. We also contacted JCC, and we also contacted B'nai Jacob, all of whom, our partners in town here were just, they stepped up big time. But obviously the choice in terms of what can or what would be done there was more the board and the child center itself.
Has a choice been made?
I can't speak to what their
Okay.
choices are because
Okay.
but I can tell you that none of the options that we suggested and worked on have been
Okay.
accepted, and/or, from what I understand, parents are finding other places for and I'm not sure exactly what will happen with the child care center. But I don't know the details. I can also tell you that in response to their concerns, this occupational environmental health team from Yale was specifically hired to address their concerns from a child perspective, because the children are on the floor a little bit more than, so their concerns are very justified and different than, for example, somebody who's working in an office. And that's the reason we specifically hired this engage with these people, is specifically to really come to some conclusions as to what's there, what's the concern, and to what degree it exists. So, but it is, we can't tell you how much because we may need to get more people involved, and certainly we haven't even started as far as the cleaning is concerned in terms of a contractor for that.
So I first want to thank you for providing the information and having it on our agenda tonight. I think it's really important. The community kind of went through this with mold at the high school at one time, and it's very easy for people to be frightened and worry about things that are not the case. So this kind of clear communication is really important. I just had a couple of questions about, do we know the source of the contamination that's been found? Is it something that maybe was loosened up by some of the work in the building, or is it just the age of the infrastructure has just surfaced?
The environmental engineers that we've gotten information from feel that it's there's 9x9 asbestos tiles in the building, and which is not
The floor.
the floor.
Floor, yeah.
It's not unheard of at all.
Yeah, we
but
had
depending,
all through Beecher.
but depending on the condition of it, so if it's worn a little bit more or something along those lines, that's where they feel, right now, that's where they're pointing more so than anything else as
But that
being.
got on the surface of cabinets or something, or just the surface of the floor?
No, they do surface testing on walls of cabinets.
Right,
You know,
right.
they do it all over. As to how that happens, I've also learned a lot more about asbestos than I ever thought I would. But it's such a small and light particle that, you know, if there is something on the floor and you're walking around in it and it's disturbed, it can float for a moment and.
Yeah,
you know,
vacuuming and all those things.
Exactly.
could
So
kick
it
up.
can, and then it'll settle. And, you know, the air quality test is what's important, because obviously the harmful effects of asbestos are really from breathing it in primarily and ingesting it, obviously, but potentially,
So
but the
when it's
breathing it in is what really causes the most harm. So
So
it's,
my question about source kind of leads to, is there an ability to triage use of the building, right? So as we said, the
Yes.
police department is one thing, certainly the gym that was just
The gym
done.
actually came back clean.
all,
Right,
in
and
all
the
areas.
senior
In all areas.
center.
Needs to,
well.
there were positive swipe tests that were done in the senior center.
In the senior center.
In the senior center
Right.
itself and in the kitchen as well. So we're continuing to work that to see exactly to what extent we have to take
Right.
action, and that's where we are right now.
Because I do remember in the project, I think at the gym and probably also with the senior center, there was contingency. If they were going to find materials, they were going to handle them properly.
And there was some abatement done in the gym
Right.
and in the senior center.
Yeah.
And so
tests
we don't
were
think
done
that
Tests
that,
were done subsequently, yeah.
right, so
subsequent to
that
that, tests were
abatement
done.
was successful.
Right.
This is something separate.
Which
Okay.
is, that's the other cost. There's the testing cost.
Yeah.
There's the consulting cost. There's the cleaning cost. And then there's abatement cost, should we have to abate anything.
Right, so that was my last question.
Okay,
So
yeah.
asbestos management remediation plan, I think the key over at Amity, when they finally got a mold remediation plan in place with an outside consultant, and they made it very, very public what that plan was, and then they did all that follow-up. So do we envision having at some point a remediation plan?
Yes.
We're in the
That's
process
in the
of,
process of doing
That-
that.
we're in the
what the
process
next
of
step
doing it
would
right
be.
now,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, so the
That's one of
public,
the consultants who we'll be working with is very specifically to not only
To
help
develop
us in
that.
terms of dealing with the existing situation, but part of that is also for them to put together a broader range plan
Right.
that tells us what we need to do going forward.
because it's possible that the building can still be used as long as it's being properly managed and the cleaning doesn't kick it up, you don't be vacuuming things that you're not
Very
supposed
much
to, you're
so.
supposed to wet wipe.
Very much so.
So the community could expect that we will be able to open at some point, even if we haven't taken out all the asbestos, because the big project to take out all the asbestos is the entire renovation project, which is really on
And for the
hold.
most part, even the remediation, from what we've learned, doesn't necessarily mean taking out everything. It means in some
Sealing,
cases
yeah.
covering it,
Mhm.
but making sure that it's in a state that will stay intact
Yeah.
and won't cause additional
Right.
problems going forward.
Right.
Generally speaking, we feel that the longest term, in terms of closure or recourse is going to be the second floor, where it was found initially, and where is the oldest part of the building that hasn't necessarily been as touched as the other parts of the building. And
So we may swing
coincidentally,
people
we
out.
just recently submitted for
We did for a steep grant
to
Right.
help us do that, which,
to help do some
So-
abatement.
so that
Thank you.
may come in time, but nonetheless, we're gonna do what we need to do on our own right now, as soon as we understand exactly what it is we need to do.
And as Tony mentioned, that's what with the fund balance would be for.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
Correct.
yeah, so again, thank you, because I think especially the staff people who are there on a daily basis, I think the more reassurance we can give them, and the public as well, I think that people won't get frightened by something that they don't have to be frightened by, so, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Additional questions, David?
Yeah, I just wondered, in our whatever it was, $40 million project that was
41.
anticipated for there, in the preparation for that, was there a lot of asbestos testing done? during that? I mean,
I don't think so.
yeah.
No, not-
We weren't there yet.
There was not that we saw in terms of that was more architectural engineering type things.
Right.
I don't remember seeing
They
much about.
planned to do a full assessment.
Right.
Because it was going to
there's
impact the
just-
cost.
And
I'm
there's
just
some
wondering-
areas, there's some
I know
areas.
we would have to do an assessment before we got started on it, but it does seem like we've done a lot of projects over there and not ever gotten a full assessment, or maybe we just have, I don't know how that gets missed, but the we know that 100 years ago, asbestos was a common building material. It was
Right.
in plaster, it was in everything.
And then you put lead paint over the top of it.
Yeah, put lead paint over the top to make it, seal it in.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe this is something that if we have buildings, or that's one of the oldest ones we have, but maybe that's something we need to give a little more thought to as
The
we.
plan the plan we're looking at will include,
Yeah,
the town buildings. Beach already has a plan,
yeah.
Yeah,
so,
this building, not
Mm.
wood,
right.
a little bit older.
Yeah,
Additional questions? There's more to go. Obviously, we need to do. There will be an expense associated with this, but right now, what we're doing is we're making sure that we take every action that we feel is prudent as relates to public safety. And we're trying to communicate as much as possible. I can tell you that from the time that it happened to today, I'm encouraged by what every specialist who has come in has indicated, and that's that there's not a hazard situation there that's of great concern, which is really, and they've indicated that, they're pleased to see that we've taken the actions that we've taken, things of that nature. So far, it's been very positive, and we're hoping it just continues that way, and we finally identify what we're gonna need to do. So thank you, and more, you can be sure that there's more to come. Next item on the agenda is public comment, being that it's about 2 minutes before 6. It seems as if,
I don't like swivel chairs that much. That's why I don't like it.
You good?
Yeah, good.
I know where you live, you don't have to.
Oh, good.
Rosalie,
I thank all of you for working and volunteering. It's a very hard job, thanklessly. And Mika, I've been trying to get a hold of you, and you've been so busy with that, so I can understand. So I decided the best thing to do, to write this down. It doesn't actually concern this committee, but I'm hoping that you'll take an interest in this, because, let me start, okay? My name is Rosalie Rowland. I live on Luciani Road. I've lived there for over 40 years. As a resident on Luciani Street and a taxpayer of Woodbridge, I have specific concerns on the development of 110 Luciani Street and would appreciate them addressed. It has been almost 2 years since the developer first obtained an excavation permit to proceed with the development of 2 homes at the end of the cul-de-sac. As of this date, however, we believe he has not even completed the excavation of his first property, as there still is, he's still in the process of hammer drilling daily. Is this going to continue for another 2 years? The constant hammering day in and day out is extremely annoying, to say the least, and unable to obtain any information when this process is going to cease. The developer was invited to attend the TPZ meeting back on March 3rd, but conveniently did not attend due to emergency, so clearly avoiding not to having to attend. And you could look at all the past meetings and how he has done it his way. Try living in a neighborhood these past few years with the constant noise of hammer drilling from 8 a.m. to 4:30. How can anyone enjoy their property or being outside with this hammer drilling? and we only live three houses down. As a property owner on Luciani Street for over 40 years, we would like to know why the Town Planning and Zoning Commission has not protected the integrity of the existing properties in our neighborhood and has not even taken a stand with the property owner on Luciani Street. We have brought our concerns to the TPZ on numerous occasions through written correspondence with no action and find it extremely frustrating that we are not allowed public comment at any of these meetings unless they are scheduled by the developer. We are concerned residents and taxpayers. We are not deaf mutes. We also do not understand why there is not a designated person from the town who is responsible to check the progress of this development periodically to ensure that they are adhering to the specific requirements established within the permit, the soil and erosion control, submission of periodic geotech reports. None of them. How do we know that the developer is conforming to these requirements? We hereby request the Board of Selectmen become involved. Take a ride down to 110 Luciani Street during the day and see if you would like living there and listening to this for 2 years. Plus, prior to that, we had to listen to another contractor who couldn't develop the land. I, along with many neighbors, request the board's immediate action on the issues raised above. Thank you. Rosalie P. Rowland. Now, could have gotten the whole neighborhood, and I could have had the whole neighborhood here, but I didn't think it was necessary. I'm hoping that you people would look into it. Now, I don't understand that the town planning and zoning, when a person is developing land, that they're not monitored for the excavation. He's excavating in a rock. Picture East Rock, and you're going every day, drilling, and going nowhere. And then he had to truck this shale away, and he knew that he couldn't work on weekends and he couldn't work on holidays, and he went and did it on a holiday. And I had called Mika, I called the town planning, and said nobody, but he got away with it. He does these little things, and it's annoying. And living here, and I can't even go outside, can't even open the windows on a nice day because you just hear this drilling. It's annoying. The first guy tried it, and town planning and zoning, 3 years ago, shut him down. This new town planning and zoning, all the neighbors got together and we explained the hammering will drive us nuts. They went ahead, but nobody comes down, and we can't even talk at the meeting unless the developer schedules a hearing. And I don't think that's fair as a taxpayer. So this is why I am here, because it was hard to get up a little, Mika. Now I got your attention, and I thank you all.
She's committed. I've seen her 4 times in the last 6 or 7 days with her neighbors and friends, so I encouraged her to.
Thank you. You all have to take a ride down there. You won't believe how a
Rosalie,
neighborhood.
have I not been here, or is it,
Pardon?
have I not been here, or?
You were in the center, in a Million Center building.
Right.
And we've had public health. It was
Thank you.
so crazy.
Yeah, and I can understand that,
To be busy.
Thank you.
you know? But a contractor can't come in and destroy a neighborhood and hammer drill constantly and get away with it. And then when they call a meeting and they want to ask him, he gets very annoyed with them. And the last time, he didn't show up. But it's not the first time he didn't show up. He said he had an emergency. Well, you know what? He was watching me when I came back from planning and zoning to watch me, because I take pictures every day of what he's done. And if you go down there, you'll see, if you know anything about construction, it's done wrong. The hay bales, the slopes, it's very dangerous. And there's no fence around the site. And the developer says, well, if you go on the side and you fall, it's your fault. I put a sign, no trespassing. That doesn't hold with young kids, especially boys. And you got to think about, if you're building a house, do you want this rock Because boys are gonna jump off that rock onto the house. And there could be a big lawsuit. Okay, just think about it, and when you get a chance, please take a ride down to the cul-de-sac. I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Rosalie.
Mika,
Yes.
can we discuss this?
Definitely. Thank you.
Can we add it to our agenda next?
We're gonna make a motion to add it to the agenda.
Can I do that now? No.
Muffy German, 1170 Johnson Road. Having watched the last Board of Selectmen's meeting, I want to compliment you for your patience, resilience in surviving more than 4 hours of intense discussion. We all owe a deep debt of gratitude to our fellow residents who volunteer to serve on boards and commissions. They attend long meetings and do additional research to prepare for important topics on which they're expected to vote. Mika, we disagree on a number of things, but I know we are united in wanting the best for our town. At present, one of the most challenging placements is on the Economic Development Commission, which is key to many problems facing Woodbridge. Last Sunday, I drove around our commercial district, up and down every street, while remembering the inspired and progressive ideas generated by the 2030 Task Force's 3 presentations by the Pyrie Associates. Sadly, I saw too many empty buildings and real estate signs where there should be vibrant restaurants, boutiques, music clubs, a theater, farmers markets, and more. EDC and 2030 are working hard to bring these lofty dreams to reality and to encourage, support, and increase the businesses in our commercial district. It is imperative that we create better balance between the commercial and the residential tax base of Woodbridge. To that end, I suggest a moratorium on large housing developments. Before you shake your heads and close your minds, please listen and let me explain. My purpose has nothing to do with bias or exclusion and everything to do with a healthy financial future for our town. It is counterproductive to invite a scattershot of large development in the residential district. You've heard the outcry over the proposed 4-story, 96-unit building on Fountain Street, which even shirks the 20% affordable standard that our zoning regulations used to require. Now, let's see if I can scroll up here. Right now, I believe the business district needs the town's full focus. Imagine the brain power you could harness if you tasked all boards and commissions to focus on the commercial district through the lens of their individual missions. After that, you could hold a townwide forum to present the ideas generated and invite business owners and employees to participate and share their opinions. In addition to new initiatives, this interaction would forge a new beneficial network of connections. Does anyone remember the group called Women of Woodbridge from about 30 or more years ago? They held meetings for new residents and gave them welcome packets of information on town services, organizations, and businesses. It gave those newcomers a jump start in their new town and included coupons to the shops. Just yesterday, I heard the suggestion that a packet of the business district's offerings be given to the new residents of the Toll Brothers condos. Seemingly small gestures like this can yield giant results. Even in the face of hard fiscal realities, remember the power of personal connection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muffy, I just wanted to clarify one thing in terms of the 20% and on the affordable housing component. There is still a 20% component for 80% AMI. The 12% is specifically if they divide it between 80 and 60. but
I
there is
thought the
still,
12% was on this new development that has not.
An
that-
exception, right?
no,
I
no,
thought that was-
the
they
text
had
amendment
requested.
specifies that there's an option for a developer, and it's nothing specific to this development. They can use it because it's in the amendment. All I'm saying is that there is still a 20% component for affordable housing for any development
Well,
that's
there
there.
should be, yes,
as
but
long
I
as-
thought the
As long as it's
developers-
80%.
Was
If
that their request? Was that one of their requests?
It was,
To lower the number from what it
yes,
normally
that
was?
that was, yes, but it was also a request made by the housing committee months and months and months before they had done it as well, in terms of just lowering that. But
Okay.
I just want to
Thank
clarify,
you.
there is
Yes.
still a
Yes.
20% component in that,
All right.
just so, just
Yes,
to
I do want to
clarify.
know. I get it
Thank
correct.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Hi, my name is Wei Liu. I live in 111 Luciani Road. It's direct across the construction site. I totally agree what Rosalind said. So the hammer is so intense. You know, once I record it, everybody listen. It's unbearable. So when they hammering, I couldn't stay home. So I have to go to library, a senior center. You know, at that day, they're tracking prison day at February 17. There's so many mud on the road. It's totally, I cannot walk. I even cannot get my mail. So I was very upset. I sent an email to Mika. You know, it was, I sent email on Friday. The following Monday, somebody cleaned the road, but still not very clean. There's so many dust. When the car drive by, you can see the dust everywhere. So because this hammering, I couldn't stand. I have a health problem. That's the reason I'm retired. But I couldn't stay in my home. It's very painful. So right now, I have to go to somewhere else, go back to Beijing to avoid this noise. I just feel terrible. You know, I have right to live in my house peacefully, but not like this. It's almost 3 years. I don't know how many years they are going to ruin our life. I'm really angry about that. Please let us know how long it will take. At least I have a choice. For example, maybe I will move to somewhere else. But you cannot just like this going on. It's really beyond I can handle this. I'm battling with cancer, but this is even worse. You know, I just don't have any choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public comment? Will there be any additional public comment?
There was one submitted.
There's one correspondence, it is in, your folders and will be included with the minutes.
Is no more public comment? Thank you.
Mika, I'd like to make a motion if possible at this time
It is.
to bring up this Luciani Street construction concern and issues, including addressing TPZ's role in this issue. I have heard public,
What? Is there a
Would you
second?
like to add that to the agenda?
for next meeting.
Oh, for next meeting?
Yes, yes.
All you have to do is tell me, you don't have to do that. It'll be on next
Oh,
meeting. It'll
okay.
be on the next meeting's agenda.
Okay. Well, I mean, if
we
people
wanted
want to
to-
discuss it today, then that's fine, but I know we already
So
have.
I'll make a note and I'll be sure.
Okay.
Did you want to make a motion to discuss it today?
I do think it's very important, but also I think sleep and being with family is very important. So I'm not for.
We could limit discussion, we can have a discussion that's limited to a few minutes.
Okay, can we do that?
I'll make a
Yes.
motion that we add to the agenda, and the next agenda item, that we just briefly discuss the
Yes, I would.
situation as relates to the Luciani Street. Is there a second?
Yes. I mean, I made,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
I think.
So,
All in favor?
all in favor? Okay. So, as far as, here's what I can tell you from my perspective, and I have been there a number of times. It has been a long time that he's trying to cut through rock to build homes. And the reason it's been taking so long, it's not been consistent with the drilling, but obviously when you do what he's doing, it creates a rock pile. And you need to get rid of the rocks in order to move on, and that's what's been happening. They renewed his permit, and I think the permits go for a couple of years, and this is where I think what we're going to need is to put it on the agenda and have Chris come up and really explain exactly what it is, so we have some expertise in the room to go over it in detail. But I can tell you, I believe the permit is coming up soon, and I'll verify that in time for our next meeting. At which point in time TPZ can decide to rule on it. They've asked for the person who's doing the developer to come to a number of meetings where he has not. He has attended at least one meeting that I'm aware of. But I think at this point in time, I can't share. I feel as badly as
I do too.
as you can in terms of that. David?
Mika,
Yeah.
sorry. Just really quick, I'd also like to hear from Chris if the permit is not renewed, what
That means.
that means.
Agreed.
And what the
And
next course of
I can't
action.
comment on that.
I
Yeah.
understand, but
So,
Do these permits allow the violation of our noise standards?
we've been
which-
there a number of times checking decibel levels to see if it exceeds the limits of what our noise ordinances allow, and it has not. We've also, a number of times, like, for example, Rosalie called us on a holiday when we weren't here in regards to him, because they're not supposed to do any work on the holidays. But we find out after the fact, and, if he does it on weekends and things of that nature, it's not something we're aware of until after it's done. Now, if that happens enough, I'm under the impression that there can be some action taken. I'm not sure what the degree of action that can be taken is.
And does this qualify as a residential noise district?
It does.
So that's like 50, 55 decibels is the level? That's not very
They've-
loud.
We've been there a number of times.
Okay.
I know the police department has been there
Yeah.
a number of times with regard to
okay.
that.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So we can find out the detail. I don't have the details on that.
Yeah.
This is what I know, and I know has been occurring.
I heard two issues, well, primary issues raised in public comment. One is the developer and what's being done, the noise and dust. And two is TPZ and the public comment concern of only allowing the developer to bring that to the table and lack of maybe oversight and I'm not clear on what the standards are for TP&Z and developer accountability. But I also am concerned about the lack of public comment being integrated standard in TPZ meetings. And I think we need to address that as well.
Can I jump in just to say, I happened to be at the TPZ meeting where the developer was there and called in, and
Was that in November?
I want to say it was the November meeting. It might
Yeah,
have-
because I heard public comment in November.
And I would say the TPZ was very direct with the developer. And, there were many of the neighbors were in the audience, and what I heard was there was a request for them to come in every month to check in, and they explained the permit, they explained the situation, they talked it through, and that our TPZ was going to be following it closely. Now, we heard in public comment that the developer did not attend the meeting, but my sense was that the TPZ committee was watching this as closely as they are allowed to. So I would certainly want to hear from them, and it sounds like we'll put this on the next meeting, but I'll say I was
Please,
Yeah.
thank you.
This seemed to be of concern to the committee, and they wanted to be on top of it. And I don't think it's normal for a developer to be asked to come into every meeting every month, but that's what they asked for, given their concerns.
Right.
So
But
I can
maybe-
relate it, that's what I heard at that
think-
meeting.
But that was November, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
And
so
now
we're-
it's March
Well,
and.
it's monthly, so right, if
Yeah.
they didn't show up to meetings, then.
Right.
There
And
was no,
meetings
there
have
was no
been
February meeting at TPC.
Canceled or postponed and, but if the only way to make public comment is that the developer, I mean, that's, I'm
I think it's
confused
impor-
by that.
I think it's important we have them define exactly
Yeah,
why
I
their
agree.
parameters are what they are. And I don't know that, if they're expressed correctly or not, I just don't know.
Yeah.
So but I think it's appropriate for them to come in and us ask questions now that we've heard it, the way that we've heard it, and it is something that, I feel very strongly about
I do
myself.
too. Yeah.
So it's, if there's something that we can influence or something that can be done, or at least if nothing else, we should understand very specifically what can be done and when it can be done. So at least we can communicate that to the neighbors so they understand what the potentials are. But it has been going on for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say, I did drive by, got to be 5 years ago, because it was when I worked here. So it's a long-standing issue. And I guess if we can get information from TPZ about, if they think that they need more strength in the ability to handle it, if there are suggestions that TPZ wants to send to the Board of Selectmen for action. Otherwise, we don't have a role, really.
Exactly.
Unless, I mean, could you say it's blight and we could change the ordinance about blight enforcement? I have no idea if that's possible. But I would start by asking TPZ if they need more than they currently have on the books to be able to
That
do what they
more
want
that we
to
can
do.
offer.
Yeah.
Right.
More that we can offer, correct.
Yeah, otherwise I
So
don't know what else.
Let's have TPZ come in next meeting. We'll put it on the agenda. Chris in particular, but also I'd like to extend the notice.
the
If there's
chair.
anything specific
I
that you're
think
looking
the
to
chair
ask,
would.
please send it to Allison so that she can in turn send it to TPZ, because it will go to the chair and Chris, so that they understand what,
Yeah,
they
and we
can
can see
respond.
if we have a role. If we can do something with ordinance, then
Mm-hmm.
we could move that forward.
but to Steve's point, I know it's been expressed by TPZ. They're looking to find a way to end this as well.
I think it has implications rolling forward. If there are
Yes.
going to be more construction, we know that the geophysics of the town are going to, if we're building more, we're going to have more ledge, we're going to have more challenges like this, and the other people who live around it are going to be naturally coming to us for answers. So the more we can do to head that off, the better.
Okay, next item on the agenda is our Beecher Building Project discussion. There's two items that, of particular note that we wanted to bring up today. One of them is that I'd like to appoint Kelly Avilas to replace Donovan on the committee itself. And I believe you've gotten her information, and most of us know her from her work in other areas. So I'd like to just make everyone aware that that's an appointment that'll be done going forward, so to enable a fuller committee to continue their actions.
Can I ask a quick question
Please.
just about the current membership of that committee? Because I think I understand that there's a, not necessarily recent law change, but that the chairman of the Board of Education and then someone with some sort of construction or architectural, mechanical engineering background. And I just wasn't sure if we're full now, if we have, and I don't remember who is actually serving on the committee, so.
Yeah, so there are two open positions because Donovan and I are acting as liaisons. So this fills one of those positions, and Kelly brings some financial expertise to the committee.
Great. And then is Lynn Piasek actually a member?
Mm-hmm.
She is, okay.
Yes.
And then, I don't know if Jeff Hughes counts as construction management, or he's more of a facility management person. I don't know if they.
All of the
And
above.
I guess that maybe this is a question for our attorney about how we would define that construction experience. I know for like Building Board of Appeals, there's something specific in that, but I don't know if there's anything specific.
I don't know if we specifically spelled out in the charge of the committee.
Yeah.
And Building Board of Appeals is very specific to certifications.
So there is a
And it's-
public act, a recent public act that included the Board of Ed chairman or that person's designee. So we got that one covered, and I guess the only other thing is some kind of construction expertise. Maybe we can look into it.
Yeah, I think we have that covered. Justin Rem also is in construction as well, so we have that more than covered on the committee.
Okay.
And we've benefited greatly from their expertise.
Yeah. Thanks.
Questions? The second item is as relates to where they are in terms of their process, and specifically as relates to the pool. As you know, we were waiting for the analysis and the consultant to identify and define whether or not they would need that pool space area for school, for classrooms, or for school functionality, academics, or however you want to put it. I believe they've come now to determine that they don't need it, so I'll leave it to you, Maria, to explain a little bit more detail.
Sure. And if I may, we'll give a quick update on, because I know the question was raised in the past about our population updates and population studies. So I just wanted to give a quick update on that we have retained a MNP planning group to do a complimentary, not complimentary in cost, but to complement the, that would have been lovely. To complement the enrollment study that we already have, which we have great data from. The data has proven accurate over the years, but I just want to read to you a little bit about MNP's proposal so you get a sense of the extra information that we are going to get with this study. Their MNP's proposal uses quantitative and qualitative approaches to gain a solid understanding of the local and regional housing market and its impact on enrollment. They will evaluate town-wide home sale trends and use various other models to understand the recent demographic shifts related to housing sales, specifically for Woodbridge. They will also consult with the town's building and planning department to identify any planned, approved, or recently built housing developments of scale that may impact Woodbridge's school-age population. They will also review our POCD, affordable housing plan, and recent plans, and they will closely follow the Woodbridge Country Club property discussions and other relevant studies recently completed by the town to understand future residential growth potential. And so that is the added benefit of this other study. It's going to add this other sort of build out layer for us to get an understanding of the scale and the scope of our enrollment. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. And now to our planning update as it relates to the pool. My goal for this conversation is for us to have an initial conversation about that pool space, and also the second goal is if we need to move forward with other discussions, engage in other discussions, that we come up with a plan for that. So here's the information from the committee that we have. Based on the education specification study and talking with leadership in the district, at this time, the Woodbridge School District and Amity District do not have a need, a programmatic or curriculum need for a pool space at this time. If they did in the future, the very near future, include a pool space in their curriculum, and we included that in the project, the reimbursement for fixing the pool space as part of the district would be half the reimbursement rate that we got for the rest of the construction project. So if I were to give an example, let's say we get 30% reimbursement on the rest of the construction project, the reimbursement rate for the district offices and for that pool space would be 15%. However, once that's included in the curriculum and in the project for the school, that space would not be open to the public during school hours. If the state is going to give you money for the curriculum, then that belongs to the school during school hours. So that would limit the public's in the town's use of that pool space to outside of school hours. So an Amity does not need that space. The pool is not the right size or depth for their swimming programs at the moment. So right now, the architects are looking at different approaches to that area of the building. It can be kept as a pool, it could be used for other programmatic and curriculum needs, for example, other auditorium spaces, etc. And they are also looking at models where that whole part of the building with the district offices, the pool space, the gymnasium, the South Assembly is completely separated from the main educational section of the school for security purposes, for planning purposes, and then that space could then be used as potentially district offices and recreation space if the town chose to invest in that part of the building. So I believe in your packets, although it's, has been distributed before, we did add that pool study that was done in 2022. So that that's 3 years old at this time, but gives you an idea of about what it would cost to fix that.
I'm sure it's much
that
cheaper
area.
now.
It went down, it went down.
So I think the question is, we can continue planning the educational spaces without an answer to that we want to do with this space, but we need to start having the conversation of what we want to do with that area of the property and what we want to do with that space.
My question is that, so when I went to the meeting, they talked about the square footage that is allowed per student by the state. Mm-hmm. We already kind of exceed that with our population. So has the pool been considered as part of our square footage, or has it been exempted from their study when they look at the square footage of the building?
So that it has been exempted, so we are 4,000 over even without that space.
Even without
But
that. So if we add that space, we may,
So that space would be considered like district office administrative
Okay, so
space
that
is
would-
how it would get rolled in. So when they look at the square footage, they look at educational space and they looked at district space, and district space is half the reimbursement of the
Yep.
educational space.
thank you.
So I had a question, and I want to just rewind back to the enrollment study, because that plan sounds excellent. I wondered though, is there a cost and is there a funding source for that? Is that all set, or?
Yes, so the funding source, it's going to be partially funded by the Board of Education budget and partially funded by the capital, what is in capital for this project.
The current, this
Current.
year's
Correct.
current?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, and is that like a line item transfer, or is it
No,
just
it's
available?
it's part of the available funds
part
in the
of
budget.
What we did last year?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
So I don't know if you said when they're going to have that material available. Is there a timeline for
There
it?
is 4 to 6 weeks from when we start, and we're working on a starting date.
So at least
I guess
4 to
I
6
think-
weeks out?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, and then you also mentioned the ed specs. Are those final, and did we get a copy? I think I might have asked for them, but I don't,
They are.
if they're on a
we would
folder
get-
somewhere, I don't know.
No, we do not have a copy yet because they have to be, the final plan has to be approved by the Board of Education first, and then it would come to us.
And then it comes to the Board of Selectmen, and it needs our vote as well.
I don't know if it technically needs our vote for the state
Submittal.
grant
Right.
application. It definitely needs the Board of Education vote for the state grant application.
Great, okay.
But I'll bring that up with the consultants so that we have that clarified.
So now to jump back to the pool, and thanks for sending us a copy of that pool estimate, and I bet we could just hit an escalator on that. 'cause
We could,
it's
yeah.
2 years, right?
Right.
So it's considerably more money. But in terms of planning this, it sounds like we might need to hear what the enrollment study is going to predict, because if, in fact, let's say that another 100 or 200 children were going to attend in the foreseeable time frame, then maybe that space does need to be converted into classroom space. It sounds like we're very close to knowing whether we'll have a future use for it or not, but until we actually get those new enrollment projections, to have a total, complete sense, no, there's no time at which this is going to be needed. I wouldn't want to make, since we've been waiting 2 years to make this decision about the pool, I wouldn't want to box ourselves into making a plan for what to do.
Where
But
did-
is that
So-
all coming together?
Yeah, so I
Okay.
talked to the consultants about that because one of the concerns was their ability to move forward with schemes and plans and continue their work.
Right.
If that were the case, there are other places to put those classrooms and that expansion already without needing to touch that space, because we still have 4,000 square feet.
Right. But we'd have to deal with it one way, I mean, it's sitting there empty, there's no water in it, right?
Right.
Okay,
So that's,
good.
that's why we're bringing it,
Right.
here to have that discussion.
And certainly, we're not going to the next less than 6 weeks, identify exactly what we're gonna do with that pool. I think the intent here is specifically, we had said we wanna hear what the Board of Education study is going to tell us, that the school study is going to tell us as relates to the pool before we start considering action on the pool.
Right.
And
And-
now that we have that, we're in a position to start those discussions and start that evaluation, if you will.
Right. So the previous building committee that was tasked with taking a look at that pool study once it was developed, had come to the conclusion that there was an interest, that the school did want to use it for curricular purposes because it hadn't been closed that long. I think perhaps what's happened is now that it's been closed for 2 full years or close to 2 full years, the curriculum has moved on at this point. And so they said for sure that, has the Woodbridge Board of Education said they do not see this as ever coming back into the curriculum to swim in this pool?
Are you asking for a formal, if they took a formal vote
Well-
on that? I can.
Well, I wouldn't want us to make a decision about getting rid of the pool if they haven't done that, because they did express, and there's a bunch of documents pertaining to this, that they did see it as a valuable part of the curriculum, certainly was for some time. But I can understand that they've moved beyond that now.
Yeah.
But I
That's-
just,
So the
would
formal,
like-
and many of the educators that are there now have been there, since that time as well. And with the current curriculum, they did not see the benefit
Yeah.
of having that pool and maintaining it for the small amount of time that they used it.
The additional consideration there is, if it's part of the school system, it cannot be used during school hours.
well,
So-
it wasn't. When it was open, it was always prohibited. The public could not use it during school hours. That was that security issue that came into effect. And it
Years
upset
ago.
people who wanted to swim, early bird and all of that. But, that's sort of a change that had happened, but
Right, and from a revenue generating point,
Yeah.
In my thought, to generate revenue to help run that pool, that sort of limits the time when we can.
yeah, so Recreation had strong feelings about this too, obviously. So the Recreation Commission maybe, I'm not sure where we are in our timeline in terms of what we're trying to decide about the pool. Obviously
Well, I don't
not
think we're trying to
tonight,
make
right?
it. Yeah, I don't
No.
know if we're trying to make a
Again,
decision
let
tonight. I think
No,
we're just trying to
we're-
start that conversation, and
Yeah.
certainly, one of the goals is how do we expand this conversation, and certainly
Yeah.
bringing rec in, and that could all be part of this plan.
We are receiving information from the building committee that will enable us to begin to have the discussions as relates to the swimming pool at Beecher. So we needed to wait to see what conclusions were drawn before we could viably consider what we wanted to do.
Right.
And that's where we are. This is literally just to present the information, identify that it appears that they're saying they don't need the space, so therefore there should be consideration as to what should be done with the space, and that's what we need to do going forward. And it doesn't have to happen next month, 3 months from now, or 6 months from now, but it's up to us to determine what we want to do with that space, because if they're not using it, it's not going to be used, as part of the school system. It becomes a town building, and we
Right.
need to decide what we're going to do with it.
Right. So the previous building committee had taken it out of its charge, had recommended back to the Board of Selectmen, take that out of our charge, we're not going to do that. And essentially, that's what's happening again. This building committee does not want to be tasked with that. Was it in your charge,
To be tasked with.
evaluating and coming up with a plan for the pool?
No,
Not gonna be
that was not the
incorporated.
charge of this building committee. The charge of this building committee in relation to the pool was only to decide if we needed that space physically to expand educational space for the
Okay.
students.
And
And then,
So that's what's coming to us tonight.
correct, that's what's
No,
coming
we do
to you
not
tonight.
need it. Okay.
Yep.
Can I ask a question
Mm-hmm.
pertaining to the conclusion that it's not imperative or valuable for the curriculum? Because being a Beecher grad, I learned how to swim in that pool, and I know my parents really appreciated that educational experience. So, just procedurally, how, and part of my ignorance, but how does that conclusion come to fruition? Is that the superintendent and educators? Is that driven by parents? Both? And, Sheila asked earlier, is it, which you answered, I heard you say, educators, I think, said it's not a good, relative to the time spent using the pool, it isn't, that valuable. Is that what I'm hearing? Like,
Yeah, so I
I
get what you're saying. So I can answer that question, and I agree. Teaching children how to swim is incredibly valuable. So I don't think anyone's saying that that's not a valuable skill.
Sure.
I think the decision really weighed the cost of hiring extra staff that needed to be present with the children in the pool, maintaining those staff positions, the time that it took out of the rest of the curriculum to scurry all the children into their bathing suits
Yeah,
and
it
then
was
dry
quite
them all off and then scurry them back to class.
Yeah.
That all of that they were really, when all was said and done, in the pool for a very brief period of time. And while learning to swim is a very valuable skill, with the way that the curriculum is structured, and now you have students that are going to, different educational resources throughout the day, and they're doing that during some of their special time, that the way that the curriculum is taught and the way that the children have to go to different classrooms, it just wasn't
Because they've added new things into the curriculum.
correct.
Okay.
And so it's just not, the timing and the cost of doing that did not yield the benefits of really being able to teach students as maybe they had in the past.
Keeping in mind that it can be, it's a town facility that we need to determine what we want to do with. And there is still some potential, if we opted to go in that direction, for us to offer through the town, obviously, and certainly we can talk about how that would be managed and what the options are along those lines, to offer programs that would allow for the Beecher kids to benefit from learning to swim on a facility that's next to their school.
That's
It
right.
can't be, it wouldn't, what they're saying is they
Connected.
don't want, right now, if they take it on, it becomes their pool.
Sure.
So the expenses associated with that become theirs. And as opposed to what it's been in the past, it's been a town asset, if you will, and it's, and we've used it as such. The reason that it was, we stopped funding it is very specifically because you're paying over $250,000, close to $300,000 a year for expenses, recouping about $55,000 worth of revenue, and with very, very limited usage. So it just didn't make sense, particularly if you look through the report, you actually look at those pictures, you see what the condition that it was in and what really needed to happen there in order to make it happen. So, we need to make a decision as to what we want to do with it. If we want it to be a pool, to have it for town purposes, so the town can use it throughout the day, we need to see exactly how that can be made possible. And so, but that is possible. That's not to say that we're getting rid of it.
And I'm
And all
not-
we're doing now is we understand now we need to start that conversation.
Sure. And I wasn't trying to imply a
No, I know.
preference. I just procedurally was wondering
No, it's a
how
great
that
question.
decision is
There's-
made.
Yeah.
There's little doubt in my mind as to what you said before. I think one of you said before, in terms of, it's been a while since that pool has been what it was when my kids were there.
Yeah.
And the value that my kids got out of it, I can tell you, I would love to see, love to retain that value. But the parents who are there, the kids who are there, and the teacher, and a lot of the staff who are there, they haven't
don't
seen
see
that.
that.
They haven't experienced that. So you can kind of understand, but it doesn't mean it has to go away. If that's the best solution, then we'll decide, we'll, with the public input, decide that that's what we should do. And if it's something that we need to stay with the public input, we'll make that decision. This is just, the discussion today was to let you know, they don't need it for the school, is really what it boils down to.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
welcome.
quick question just on the status? So the pool's been shut down, and has the Dectron equipment also been shut down? So is there any energy savings coming from that?
There is, the school has saved electricity, obviously in their budget, which they've taken advantage of, and the gas also.
The heating,
Heating,
right?
yeah.
So were we?
That's part of that 300,000.
Right, so were we also recapturing from that turbine for that?
The
Are
turbine, I
we
think, is still
doing that?
operational.
Okay, so it's feeding the
I
rest of the
believe so,
school.
yeah.
Okay, so, and I mentioned the Dectron, that's the specialized equipment that handles the humidity in the building when the pool has water in it. That was maybe $1 million worth of investment, and it had trouble
And a
working.
lot of aggravation.
Had a lot of trouble working, and what it replaced had never really functioned
Right,
properly.
right, you're right,
So
yeah.
you could smell chlorine when you walked in the north entrance. But, so that investment though in the Dectron, that's not gonna come back on
No.
even if we wanted it to.
I
So
doubt it, yeah.
that
It's a
piece
sunken
is already
cost.
sunsetted
Yeah.
from, hopefully it's paid for. But so we've already started to recoup the savings that we're gonna see. There's no further savings.
No,
Okay.
no.
I was looking for money for your budget.
Good try.
We do that a little bit too.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions?
I have one other note. Just Maria, I'm curious if there was a different use for that space. You mentioned the 15% reimbursement rate because it would be district space, but if it were, auditorium space, there's no space in Beecher that all 900 kids can gather.
Right.
Never has been.
Right. So I mean, this seems like there could be an opportunity to repurpose that space, maybe not as a pool, but for other space that could be used for performances, gatherings, and things as part of the school, but not an educational space, but that could be at that 15% reimbursement rate
Right.
with in terms of district space. Is there a timeline when this committee would need to know that the town actually, where we might decide, hey, okay, we don't want to go forward with a pool in that space, but we think that there's real value to the town and the school to see that as, usable space, non-educational space, but gathering space, performance space. I can imagine, band, rehearsal, all of those things that could happen in school. Right now, it's limited to no opportunities for that. So, is there a timeline that sort of decision would need to come back from us to say this is a route that we would like to see be considered?
There's no hard timeline, but they are in the process of, they were looking to present in April, some of their final, by the end of April, some of their final designs. They are presenting tomorrow in the building committee at 3:30, our WebEx meeting, some of the designs that they've further worked through, and it leaves, some of them may leave this part of the building a little separate, and so we can continue planning on the classroom educational end, and then, this is something that, we can take a little more time with. We have some time to play with there. It doesn't impact the educational spaces, classroom spaces.
Does the 15% reimbursement rate tie into what we're doing from the school, or is that something that can be done on an ongoing basis for the office portion of it?
So two things. One, those are just example numbers that I was throwing, because we don't have what the final reimbursement rate would be, but
Thank
the
you.
district space would be half of what the project reimbursement would be. We would need that number for the grant application.
Which is,
June 30th is the
June
deadline
30th.
for that. So when, the final plans come through, if that were to be district space, we would need all those numbers for the grant application.
so it's like you will see this on our agenda very soon.
Yes.
And is this an appropriate thing to discuss at the town meeting, given the time frame?
From a discussion, usually at the town meeting, you're making a decision.
Okay.
So if we felt we wanted to evaluate this in enough time to put that on there, there's notices, there's things of that nature. So you're really talking probably March, April time. Well, you're talking
Well,
about
we're in
now,
March.
wrong time.
Printing that budget
Funny
book.
how that
In
creeps
terms
up.
of doing, so
Yeah.
it'll be difficult to do it
Okay.
there. But, there's a town meeting process. It doesn't have to tie into that, but we can
What's the difference between that and like a public hearing? You
Public
know,
hearing-
at a Board of Selectmen meeting, you know, if we,
Well, I mean, like Mika said, if you do call an actual town meeting, you can pose a question and be very careful and thoughtful about how that question is posed for then putting it out for a vote, for input. It's not like you can just have I was going to say, it's not like you could just have a blank spot and say, write in what you think, and there actually might be a little bit of authority for that. But it's more definitive, there's more of a workup associated with having the town meeting, obviously there's more costs involved. Sure, Maria, can you take the pulse of the public who shows up at a public hearing that the Board of Selectmen calls? Sure, is that, you know, a broad enough sample size? You know, that's your call.
Would you need 250 people for that?
Well, in a public hearing, again, you're not making, it's a hearing. So
Okay,
you're not
it's not
making
a
a decision.
referendum. Yeah.
Right,
Okay,
and you don't
so
need a
I-
quorum for that, it's just,
Special town meeting's 100 too.
right, right. So,
For
It's,
purposes.
so a special town meeting is 100 to actually open the town meeting for a quorum. There is still authority to remove that to a machine vote, if we're talking about this sort of a question. So, a couple options there that we have.
In terms of our preliminary budget hearing, we're gonna have a screen that shows what we have as a placeholder for the potential debt for this project. That's an opportunity to say, I mean, maybe we want to model, and then we're gonna add $1 million for a pool. I mean, we could model that, because we know, we, as you're showing us the report that says 865,000, let's go to $1 million probably, right, to escalate.
Even more.
And
again,
then
that.
put
if
it
you-
in the horizon so that we see what that looks like.
Keeping in mind that quote was to fix what's not working well.
Right,
Right.
and
It's not
as we just said, the
necessarily,
Dectron's not gonna work, so that's another $1 million.
you know, so it's, and it's not, and it's
Probably
also
two,
not,
right?
you know, refurbishing the locker rooms or
Right.
fixing tiles where, you know, where they just don't look good.
Correct.
This
And at
is
a
just
certain point, you build a
literally,
new one instead.
you know, I think a new, you know, cost of a new one is the reason to definitely look at renovating the old one.
Well, but
Is the way
then-
that I see it.
As we mentioned with Amity, they want a 100-meter, right, and this is not a 100-meter.
They need diving capability as well from I'm sorry, are you talking about the Amity swim team?
Yeah,
If I'm not, I've certainly asked the superintendent, and their needs might exceed what capabilities are here,
right.
so.
But in turn, just to go back to the preliminary budget hearing, we can't do anything about what's going to be presented there, but the Board of Finance hasn't yet made a decision about the capital budget projection. So maybe you're on that committee as well. You're able to say to them, hey, could you also think about what the pool
Yeah,
might be?
considering the information we've now received, yes,
As a
by all
separate
means.
project, because we're hearing tonight, it's a separate project, and it would be
Yeah,
a
there are-
different building committee.
There are a couple of ideas we're kind of playing with in terms of different options and different ideas that we would present here, that I'd like to present here at some point in time, but considering the time constraints that we're looking at right now, we may have to have at least, like you said, Sheila, a placeholder or something that says, hey, let's keep in mind that we might have to spend this money if this is a direction we want to go.
Yeah, and we
Excuse me.
talked about it last time, the ability for us to take on this debt. It's not unlimited, it is definitely limited, so as you model, Tony says,
Right.
as you model that out, that might be helpful information to share with the public.
Exactly.
Well, and this would be a separate capital project if we
Yep.
decided to do a pool there, which we might not decide to do.
Or even knock it down, I mean,
Right.
you can't leave it empty like that forever.
Right.
So
Well,
we'd
that's
either
the-
knock it down or do something
Yeah,
with it.
I mean, and I just, that's why I brought up the
Right.
point of it potentially being used for other school purposes. And again, we know we don't need it for educational spaces, but,
Right. Well, not school
well, classroom
purposes.
educational spaces, but you brought up
Education.
other educational
What I-
uses
yeah.
of, yes.
Like
So-
an auditorium or
yes, auditorium, gathering, rehearsal space, but
But if it's curriculum use space, then it has a different reimbursement rate. If we're talking, it sounds like we're talking about something that is non-curriculum.
we're already 4,000 over in curriculum use.
Right. I'm not suggesting it's going to be curriculum use. So it's going to be non-curriculum, which takes it out of the school building project and makes it a separate project. If it's a pool, if it's an
Yeah.
auditorium, if it's,
There is a middle ground to that, and that middle ground is district spaces. So, for example, the renovation of the district offices, expansion of district offices, spaces that you're using for the entire district. That is a middle ground where it can be included in the project. The reimbursement rate for that would be half of what the reimbursement rate is for the
Right.
educational spaces.
So if you
So it would
converted the
be
pool-
completely on the town, but yet also not completely in the educational spaces
Right.
part of the
That's
budget.
what I was trying to get at.
so,
is that
but that's office space only for the district, or?
No, that includes other district-wide useful spaces,
Like
like theaters,
an auditorium.
auditoriums, pools that are used for the curriculum would be considered district spaces.
Yeah, but that piece of using for curriculum is what I'm trying to understand. If it's an auditorium and it's used for,
So the curriculum
During school
piece was just to
hours.
say that in their education specifications, they do not see that educational program as continuing to be included in their curriculum.
right, so not an auditorium,
At
not
this
a
time.
rehearsal space from the school building committee. But if the town wanted an auditorium, then the town could say, hey, we're gonna close the pool and we're gonna build an auditorium on top of it, let's say. That would be a town building project, very separate from this town building committee. Is that what we're saying, Maria?
However, if that's an option that we would look at, I would think that we would consider letting the district do that and recoup 15% of the cost of whatever we're doing. Or
It's still a
half.
town, at the end of the day,
Still,
the whole
right.
campus is a town building and a
Yeah, I
town
mean, it's,
asset.
the district is just the school, so yeah, it's confusing, but if the purpose of the space is for district use, isn't that by definition school use? Like,
Yes, but the state differentiates the type of use for their construction project. I get what you're saying, you're
Right.
correct, it's all for the school, but the state makes that distinction and the
Right.
Office of School
Right.
Construction Grants, so that's why I'm making the distinction.
And the grant amount for that portion of it is different than the
Right.
academic portion of it.
But you are correct, both of them relate to curriculum,
right.
but the state makes that distinction.
So when we did the last project, when we did the pool, the Dectron and all the other work that was done there, that was a different reimbursement rate because that was recreation space, even though we were using it for curriculum, right? So
Right.
we were doing the Learn to Swim program there, but that was town space and it was the town side of the budget to pay for it, et cetera. So it sounds like tonight we don't need to know
Well,
for sure.
Well, that and since that time, the Office of School Construction has completely redone their parameters and how they do the grants and how they come up with reimbursement rates. So it's a completely different process in some respects, and different parameters.
Right. So, but am I understanding correctly that we're taking it out of this building committee's purview, or we're still leaving it in for another couple of weeks until we know more?
It was never in the building committee's purview. Our purview was just to decide between the education specification study and the feasibility study of the building if that space was needed for classroom space. That was our charge with the pool. So to report back to the town,
Instructional
to
space.
structurally, if that space was needed for classroom space.
Right.
And then if it was determined that it was not, then that, we weren't gonna make the decision for the town what they wanted to do with that space. There's still some middle ground where it could be used for other purposes, but we have the information that we were asked to get, so we were presenting that here.
Right. Thanks.
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Sorry,
Next up.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I missed public comment because I was at Swim Lessons outside of town.
Oh,
That-
good
that
segue.
was- I had no idea that was on the agenda. I just had a few things to say. But if you don't want me to do it, I'll come to the next one.
Can I make a motion to amend the agenda to add an additional public comment section?
Second.
All in favor?
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
And as you're coming up, can we always receive written comment at any time to go into the record? Or does it
No,
need
it's
to, it
only-
needs to be
No,
before?
It has to be before 3
p.m. Although that was Mrs. Shaw's sort of Her take, it is open for the board to
3
decide.
PM, we will follow
But
the
that
same
is how
policy.
it is,
Sure.
yes.
I would say, to anyone who misses public comment period, you can always write and send it, and it can
Yes.
be in our next packet.
Sorry, I did.
That's quite all right.
I did try to speed
I
through
just wanted to
traffic.
note that there's always an opportunity to send in comments.
Don't do that.
I did it. That's right. I did it. I've started my timer though. So, good evening. My name is Diana McCarthy-Burkery, resident at 18 Ranch Road, Woodbridge, Connecticut. I'd like to speak on regarding the topic of what's going on at the Center Building, and I understand that we are considering other updates, renovations, and other spaces. And I urge the town to be cognizant of the health and safety barriers that go into using spaces that have hazardous material. As we know, we are dealing with asbestos tiles that were located in the Child Center. From our understanding previously, the Child Center was supposed to go through the abatement along with the Senior Center and the gymnasium, and we are not sure why that did not happen at the time. However, during the time that it was happening at the Senior Center, the construction from underneath went up through the floor and drilled a hole in the asbestos tile in the room that had children in it that time with teachers, disturbing the asbestos and creating a cloud of asbestos dust that went in there that children were breathing in, many of whom developed breathing issues afterwards. I'm not saying that's causation, I'm saying there's correlation there. The parents are very concerned, and we are still discussing what's going on. It is tough to organize 50-something families to address our concerns with the town, but our intention is to do just that. Additionally, when the Center Building was closed more recently, I think it's important to know something about the timing of asbestos. Asbestos fibers are lighter than air in most cases. They float around as you have 3- and 4-year-olds running around and kicking them up. They will be up in the air. We know that it has been found in the carpet, so it had to land there somehow, some way. And the testing that has been happening in those rooms has been happening after 72 hours. And that's important to note because asbestos fibers will settle in the ground, on surfaces, within that time, up to 72 hours. So if you test after that and you do air quality tests to determine if there's asbestos in the air, you will not find any asbestos in the air at that time after those 72 hours because they have settled. So it is not surprising that we find it on the floor and the carpet in other locations. It is also deeply concerning that after the asbestos tiles were drilled through, while children were in the room, and that was kicked up in the air, that nobody responded to the director of the Child Center for over 30 days. There was no testing done in disturbed asbestos in rooms with children for over 30 days, and that is concerning. I do want to say that that happened a couple years ago, and that is not a reflection of Mika and Allison in their response, to what has been going on. They have been very communicative with the families and with the group, very supportive of what's been going on, and I appreciate all the effort that they put in there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for making a motion.
Next item on the agenda is the CCW master plan discussion. And in light of what our previous discussion was, what we'd like to do is, here is just review what we've identified. And the task that was, the input that was requested from our consultant was specific to those options that we had reviewed at our last meeting, and which options we felt there were 4 primary options and 2 adjuncts, what I'll call adjunct options, and they asked us to identify 2 of those, the 2 that we felt we wanted to input on, or what we wanted to move forward with on an individual basis. So,
To clarify, to get more,
not for final, not
correct,
for finality,
just for
correct.
information.
So that we understood from a conceptual standpoint how they could more or less move forward with preparing some market analysis data and things of that nature. Not to say that this is what was going to happen at all. So, correct. Thank you. So to that end, I'll open this to discussion. I'll ask that we limit the discussion so as to not keep it going, because we can talk about it quite a bit if we needed to, and if necessary, we can. It will always be on the agenda, so we can take it up another time. So if there's any volunteers, or I'm happy to go forward to start. Sound like you want to start?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you, Mika. Well, correct for A.
Yeah,
Prime.
alternate A,
Yeah, alternate A prime. There is not a map included in that, but
So maybe we can just ask if that's
possible.
a glitch and there
Oh.
was supposed to be a map because there's space for it.
Okay.
I'm hoping that's the case. I would like to see the map.
Sure.
But
My other question was, we had also provided, so in addition to our votes, we had also provided feedback on the guiding principles. And is that included in here?
it says it will also be shared for feedback. It's the last line on page 5.
Oh, will also be, thank you.
But I don't know what
So
that
those
means.
that's pending.
Just saying it, well, that's the sentence that's
Okay.
there. I don't know what it means.
Do you know, Mika?
I don't know specifically.
Okay.
It's not something that I discussed with them specifically, but I know that they're putting together, the guiding principles will be based on the input and feedback that they received from
Okay.
us. Karen, correct? Thank you.
So those are my just kickoff questions. It seems like they're gonna spec out 3 options
Correct,
Instead of 2.
instead of 2.
correct.
Should we share that with, I mean, the public will see this, but should we just share that so they know, or?
We just did.
Well, which 3 options, I mean?
Oh, well, they're basing it on our input,
Okay.
and they're waiting to see if we have
If
any
that
change to
changes,
that.
okay.
So I can't say.
that's what we're here for.
What I can tell you is basically, I don't know if it's outlined here, I think it is.
Yes, this last page.
There it is. Okay, so the breakdown in terms of the, this is what was selected. And we can identify, as I say, I'm happy to get started. From my perspective, I felt that B and C kind of goes along with my personality, and what I've said all the time is I'm more on the moderate side, and I really felt that those 2 really were the ones that I would like us to understand better and see what the potentials are from that perspective. A little detail in terms of what my feeling was is that I feel that there's an opportunity for, if housing is going to go along in Sonia Road, I felt that would be a great spot for elderly housing or senior housing specifically. What I think of when I say that is what we had in Lucy Street when it was built, which are obviously, if you're doing senior housing, single family or single story is something that they usually look for. So it's a lower structure, if you will, and I think it will more meld into the environment and the neighborhood and what's there. And if we were to do some more density, which I do feel is important there, or should be there, considering that there is sewer and water, I do feel like in the areas where how would I put this? The areas where the clubhouse is now would be the areas for that. But my sense is I'm also a proponent for, I think, active recreation facilities, whether it be a pool, whether it be a rink, whether it be something. Obviously, if it's, and this speaks to the point on how much cost is associated with which option, but certainly that's something that I feel is important. I see this as being a community center that offers both passive and active recreation, as well as housing that's currently a gap in our town. In some cases, a very significant gap in our town, and as well as in all of the options, the D prime, I guess is what we were calling it, the alternative D, all of the options. None of the options seem to have anything less than 100 acres of what I'll refer to as green space. So that's, it certainly shows that remains a priority and available.
Yeah, except for I don't know, what is it, 25 acres or something that's completely unusable for anything. The ledge that's over off to the north and east corner.
Which is open space, which is
Yeah, but the
green
function,
space.
But it's not, it wouldn't be functional for housing or anything else. It's like we might as well not have it, right?
Well, no, because it's green space.
It's green space,
trees,
Mika.
It's trees, it's all the things you want from a natural.
But it's fragmented.
Right. So I had asked about this at the meeting. I'm assuming you guys heard me when I asked about it. The lot on Fountain Street that is going to be developed is very similar. So I think I understood the response from Cooper Robertson was, well, it's not going to be very cost effective if the town is looking. And I'm one of those people who really do want to know what's going to be cost effective, right? So those factors are important to me. But at the same time, it would seem to me that something could be built there. The question is, can you make a big profit doing that? The answer is probably no. But if something can be built very close by on very similar ground, I think we're going to hear from the public a question of, well, if it could be built further down on Fountain Street, why can't it be built here? It's almost adjoining property. So maybe not, doesn't rise to the level of, as Mika's saying, we need to make an analysis of what's going to be effective here. For now, I would call it open space, but I would also think that in the future, there's a potential to build on that. So I wouldn't want to see that as protected open space.
Mika,
I'm not comfortable calling anything open space unless
that
it
was-
is protected, period.
And I try
There's
to,
a
when I say
difference.
open
Yes.
space, I use it interchangeably in terms
Yeah.
of open space with the capital O and open space with that space that's open.
Not
So that's why I'm
currently
using the
developed.
term green space.
Correct,
And-
but
and-
that's, to my point,
So-
that isn't in perpetuity. So
I
to
could see
me,
it being
that's
built.
unsatisfactory. While I have the mic, Mika, have a couple questions to your summary of your vote for C. We heard tonight in public comment, and I think we all.
May I make a suggestion? Only
Absolutely.
because I think what we said when we started the conversation is that we would review our options
Yeah.
and then have discussion. So I'd rather see everybody
Here?
identify what
Okay.
they're looking for, and then we can kind of question each other's or get into a little bit more depth of it. But
So-
what I don't want to do is spend an hour discussing one person's options
Understood.
and not have
Well, can
time
I
to
just
talk
ask
about
a
somebody
question
else's.
to you then? We
Please.
had discussed with Cooper and Robertson that like L bordering Johnson depicted in orange in alternative C, potentially being moved up in between the two reds, like connecting the Ansonia Road to the clubhouse area.
That's D prime? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what it sounds like.
No, because D prime still includes the L.
Yeah, but D prime is the potential connector, the
Oh.
sort of
But I
assumption.
understood
you're
it
thinking
as that L
disconnected.
would go, that leg parallel to Johnson would go away. It would be green space to, and relocated as depicted in D prime to that connector. But I guess that's not,
That's how they sketched it out. If you looked at the other spot where they said the sort of key decision points, you had Johnson Road, Ansonia Road, the former clubhouse area, and the potential connector. So they had sort of said, yes, please do choose amongst these, but note that you can also say you want to see more or less of something on Johnson Road side, or on the Ansonia Road side, or the potential connector and the former clubhouse area.
It's
So
inside Marge.
the D prime just is the prime is the potential, is including the potential connector.
but, okay, but not, I understood it as relocating that little chunk.
I think that's how they showed that to agree,
Yeah.
but when they talked about it, they talked about, and that's why they have the different visual on the
Yeah.
other. It's not on the summary, but it's on the other one that shows the decision points as the potential connector.
Yeah, okay.
So you might want to. Someone could say, let's look at Ansonia Road and the potential connector. And that wouldn't, that's not represented in A, B, C, or D prime.
Okay.
These are the areas in which they are talking about exploring
Okay.
for, whether it's enhance, conserve, or develop or transform, but the words that they used for it.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's how I took it. And again, they're still just exploring from these points too. So I think any of those borders might shift throughout the next phase of exploration.
Can I ask a question that's kind of related to this? So, as you know, I was interested in alternate A prime to isolate out any additional expenses, just so that we had something kind of to compare. It looks like I'm outvoted on that, and I get it, that's fine. But I'm wondering if I'm still gonna be able to have enough information to kind of run that analysis myself. So if we are gonna go with, I guess they're suggesting here that we go with A, B, and C as the ones that they develop further. If A is developed further, can I, and this is maybe something for discussion, and then we discuss this also with Cooper Robertson, but what we get back in the exploration of A, would it be possible to pull apart and say, oh, well, this is the part that would have been A prime, but it's combined with A, and therefore you can just kind of pull it apart? It seems like it's possible, but I would want to kind of throw this out.
I'm not understanding what you
Okay.
mean, so.
Sorry.
Are you talking
Let me
about
try again.
taking out the active recreation part at the top left of A?
Yeah, so if there was an image for this, it would be easier for you to understand. But what I thought the alternate A prime image would look like is A without anything on the corner of Johnson and Ansonia. So, and for the most part, not really developing around, I guess that's the former clubhouse, the little yellow piece that's in A, down where the clubhouse is.
Yeah.
Well,
Sheila,
I think we've seen a
you'll
lot
be
of-
able to do it.
Yeah.
I think
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
think you'll be able to just simply, if they're going to present ideas on what could happen in the various spaces, well, if they're going to explore what happens in A and something's going to happen at that corner, wipe out that corner.
Enough
And then,
detail, right,
you know,
enough
I
detail
think
to
you'd
say
be able to
that's
get it.
that.
I think you'd be able to get a sense. Again,
Right.
we're exploring the next phases of options.
Yeah.
And they're probably not going to be super granular. I think they're going to be somewhat generalized. That's my expectation. So I think we can make we'll be able to make some assumptions from
So
there.
that is probably the case if they understood, if we had this map, we could tell for sure, but you see how they've got it down to 104, or they have it up to 140 acres now is in the green in the pie that they are supplying for A prime.
It appears that the.
That's
A-
not taking both of the yellow pieces out. That's only taking one, I think.
It is, there's still 4 acres of yellow piece that's in there, but when we discussed A prime at the meeting, they very specifically said they were taking the Johnson Road, Ansonia Road corner out. That's one of the things that's what made it A prime,
Yes.
Yeah.
so.
And that's what I understood you asking. I didn't
Yes.
understand
So-
you asking for that piece by the clubhouse to be removed as well.
So
Right.
part of my thinking here is that ideally, the area around the clubhouse and the rest that we've got in orange on A prime around the clubhouse, whatever number of acres that is that 15, 20, something like that?
Where are you talking about, I'm sorry?
It says 8.
8 is what it says for the red. And it's 8 for A, so I'm assuming the red is the red. The red in A is the same as the red in
Okay,
A
so
prime.
red or orange, whatever we're saying here on the map, but orange plus yellow. I'm looking for a 15 to 20 acre piece around and including the clubhouse. If that, the cost of, say, selling that and keeping the rest,
That's,
will that be surfaced in our process? And if not, I would like it to be surfaced. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
to me, at least.
It's kind of the petition.
It is what was presented,
Yes.
and yes.
Yes.
So when I looked at these, I think I put a conservation, yes, but I also looked at, as we've seen tonight, the need and the demand for refurbished active recreation places for our town. Tennis courts, you know, places that would improve the quality of life for people in Woodbridge, with active recreation. And so that's why I focused a lot on B and C, because I thought that was important. I think the recreation department, it sounds like even in their, you know, the last couple of years of budget proposals, had some great ideas for some active recreation, active outdoor recreation for the town. And I thought that those plans provided space for that. So
Can-
that's where I put some
Can
of
we
my emphasis.
discuss active recreation for a second?
Sure.
Or
Again,
is, I know.
we're gonna limit the discussion. We wanna hear from,
But
we
how
wanna
do
hear
you-
from
How
everybody.
do you do this? 'Cause-
Let's hear from everybody, and then,
Okay.
and then we can start discussing different elements, so.
Okay.
So, I think you've just
Yeah.
indicated what you were looking for, so.
Yes.
And Sheila, I think you've indicated what you were looking for, so, David, Steve, Andrea?
Yeah, I voted for A and B. I mean, A prime, I'm also interested in. I candidly, transparently supported that petition that was presented a couple years ago. However, I thought realistically, I was just thinking strategically, and I didn't think that that would be unanimous. You know, we'd get the majority. So I come from the expertise of the environment and putting climate resilience and at the center, as the state has done in its POCD. And A achieves that best. It has the least fragmentation. And I also think it still provides the opportunity for economic development and housing diversity. And that's why I also chose B, especially along the Ansonia Road. I think it's critical that we consider, don't be just blindly like, oh, there's a lot of green. Oh, 100 acres of green is good. Yes, at face value, but you must consider the function of the space, how function is compromised by fragmentation, and if things aren't permanently protected, what the long-term impacts of that can be and how that green can change. I think economic growth is critical to our town's sustainability and viability, and alternatives that promote that more than potentially active recreation, though they can go hand in hand, seem best in my perspective. I also will say I wasn't sold on how the recreation data were presented to us, and I think it could have been presented differently that would have better supported alternative A and B based on the data they provided.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I favored A and primarily, and B as well. My views, and Mika, I was interested when you brought up the Lucy Street, because that sounds like something that is scalable into a term that wouldn't be that budding homeowners could live with, and it could be significant. But my question for you would be, would you envision that as being something that the town would own and would sponsor?
That was my question.
What I can tell you is that in conversations that when developers call, and there have been many that have called, obviously, as you might imagine, in regards to developing the property, one of the first questions I ask them is, if you were considered for anything on this property, would a lease agreement be acceptable? If they say no, I tell them that that's not the area we want to go. We're not looking at that, so it's a way to whittle
Wait,
down.
we're not
who it
looking
is.
at what? I'm sorry.
My preference, my sense is that we should try to retain, ownership, if you will, of the property itself. And, Lucy Street, again, is a good example. It's a 60-year lease. But we still, at the end of 60 years, the town still owns that property. And we'll see what happens from that perspective. So my sense is my initial option would be to explore leasing options as opposed to sale options.
So is
And in
that,
some cases, it may not be possible, or it may, what we want done might require we do something different, but certainly from my perspective, the leasing option is certainly more appealing than the
And
sale
would you
option.
consider, going the full route and being the owner of the structures and the buildings and reap the whatever comes from those? So you'd be able to actually control the affordability of
that works into like, now you're getting into like housing authorities
I'm just
and things of
curious.
that nature. It's, I don't have enough data and I haven't looked at it enough to really say definitively.
Just to get back to
But-
then what I was saying, that was just my question that was raised by the mention of the Lucy Street
Yes,
project. I believe that there are a number of things that happen when we bring in developers, and very few of them are good for us because they make money, a lot of it. And they apparently do hammer drilling for years on end. And,
not all of them, fortunately.
but that's the nature of these people. They don't care about our town. They care about making a lot of money, and that's why so many are coming here. And so many want to get their hands on more property to make a lot of money. And we built a lot of, and I'm sure Toll Brothers is making a ton of money off of those beautiful places that they're building down there. But not one of them is affordable, and they haven't really helped our town in that regard. So, I just don't, I don't see this as, my worry is anytime a developer comes in, you have no idea, what you know is you've lost a certain amount of control of the land, totally. And they may go bankrupt, it may go to court, it may go to somebody else. You think you know what the developer's gonna do when you sell it to them, perhaps. Those contracts are about as good as the paper they're written on in most cases. Once things get built, they rarely get torn down because they didn't build what they said they were gonna build. And furthermore, I think once you build B, maybe, C, or D, that future group may just come in and say, oh yeah, that's kind of nice, let's keep going, And if it's not protected land, that will happen. I would say that once development is happening there will be more development there. And again, it'll be because developers want to make a profit. I would say that 50 years from now, the genius and the vision of our group will be judged by how much green is left. Right now, there are towns that are buying 5 acres for millions of dollars just to have a little bit postage stamp of green space. You won't be able to buy 150 acres of Woodbridge anywhere in 50 years. You probably won't be able to buy 1 acre. So I think, our legacy is going to be how much of this we actually protect.
Thank you. Steve?
I liked the B and C alternatives, and I would add that though I don't like D or D prime, I did note in my message to Cooper Robertson that the D prime area, the potential connector, is I think worth exploring. And so if you could imagine the country club being or the clubhouse area being developed, and the potential connector, and perhaps nothing along Ansonia. They didn't present that as an option, so what I wrote was, I think the potential connector is worth exploring to see what could happen there as a potential connector, whether it's to the already developed area, or potentially to something that went on at Ansonia Road. So I see, that's what I put in B and C, and I do think the potential connector is worth looking at as what's possible here. Because my understanding of their next steps is they're going to look at what's possible in these areas. And we'll whittle it down from there, or give more feedback once we have that info. But simply put, that's what I did. B, C, and I think the potential connector area.
Thank you.
Can I ask one other question, Mika? You mentioned the potential whether we would continue to own or it might be sold to a developer, as David mentioned. That set of options, that's kind of the fiscal trade-offs. We don't have that information yet, but we are going to see from Cooper Robertson, hey, you could do housing here and you could own it with a land lease, or you could fully run it as a housing authority, or you could sell it to a developer. Are they going to give us those options? Because they have very different fiscal impacts.
I'm not sure in terms of what the specific options that they'll, for example, what you describe as us taking it over. We've not, to my knowledge, I certainly have not given them any indication that we have any interest and or capability to be the developer and ask them what the costs associated with that were. So I don't know that they're looking at that. The other options, yes, absolutely. That's exactly. And candidly, everybody here was part of the interview processes and the evaluation processes. And we actually added money into this project very specifically for market data. So the market data is coming. That's part of this project. It's just not here yet. They're
So
looking.
you envision the market data including different options?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's to
construct
evaluate.
the same thing, but different ways. Okay.
I think what they're doing is they're just bringing it down to a more finite type of basis. And then one of the next steps is for us to identify what the market data tells us so that we can, at that point in time, make some evaluations as to what makes sense and what might not make sense, what's the priorities and what's not the priorities. So
Right.
that's what I see. So in the market data, I can tell you in all my conversations, even to this day, is what I tell them is the most important piece of what we're looking for here, so that we can make data-driven decisions as to what we feel is what the plan should be for this piece of property.
With full fiscal impact mapped out for us for the options.
To as great as their capability allows them to do.
It's a human
exactly.
endeavor, right? So
Exactly.
it's going to be subject to the laws of.
And again, as was stated earlier, I think Andrea, you said it. These are visuals. These are kind of, and as Steve just pointed out, a perfect example is this is what we're showing on the diagram, but we can easily switch it around and make it a little bit different so it meets a particular need. So that way there is no development, if you will, along Ansonia Road, but we still get the benefit of additional transformation that brings in additional revenues and brings in additional services and programs that the town would benefit from. One of the things that they did at one of the early, it's actually a POCD, I think it was, the POCD open house. Send a postcard to yourself, 10 years from now,
Yes.
in terms of, which I thought was just an outstanding type of thing. So what do you see in 10 years? And, it's like, hey, I moved out of town, I came back to visit a friend, I took a walk on the trail, we stopped and we got a cup of coffee at a such and such a place. And it's so beautiful to be able to sit out here in the sun and enjoy, what's going on. And that's the way I envision this space. I envision this space, like you said, David, 50 years from now, I'm not thinking that far ahead. I'm thinking 10 years, what kind of asset can this be to this community in terms of providing some of the things that we just don't have right now? What can we do with this property that will help seniors be able to stay in town who want to stay in town? What can happen to on this property to allow people who want to play pickleball the capacity to do so in an area where they can then walk someplace and enjoy something, whether it's a cup of coffee or an ice cream or whatever it might be. How can we do those types of things? You mentioned Toll Brothers. They didn't do anything from an affordable housing standpoint, but they're Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, they're our fourth largest taxpayer at this point in time already. So from a fiscal standpoint, it's been a tremendous asset to the town.
Right
On
now.
15 acres of property that was unused, that was completely unused.
Right.
Those are the trade-offs.
That
Those are the
can
trade-offs.
change, though.
It can change, Andrea, no doubt about it. But that's what's happening now. That's the reality of where we are. That's the reason you consider these types of things and what you're going to do with these types of things. We need, it's certainly no secret from my perspective, there has to be some growth in some way, in some shape or form for our town, as you said, to sustain and go forward. So, yes, sir.
I think the market data is going to suggest that growth in most forms of housing, other than perhaps very high-rise dense housing, is a loss leader for almost any area. Metropolitan areas make up for it with the dense populations and the diversity that they have in their grand list. We are 95% dependent upon residential property in our grand list. Doing anything of any kind of residential property has not proven to me that will solve our escalating tax problem. The same level of thinking that's created this problem is very unlikely to fix it. And I think that just looking at growth, I understand, Mika, yours are more nuanced and there are other things there, but I think previous administrations have just said growth. And the developers love that because growth means money in their pocket and taxes for us. And that's, that's the hard reality. You mentioned that what we can do to keep seniors here. I'm all on board with that, and you know I am. And I think that we're gonna find that the unfortunate market effect of our reassessment is gonna drive a lot of seniors out of here immediately. Very quickly, because it has shifted the tax burden. Right away from the people who have the largest and biggest homes down into the smallest homes. It's just inverted things, and that's a market, the force of the free market. Because what in this world is in scarce supply? It's affordable housing, and that's driven the cost of all these smaller places way up because there are a lot of people who are looking for that, and that's going to be a short-term problem for us, no matter what. And the effect may very well be, I mean, if your home is revalued, you don't see any of that until you sell it. And so there may be a lot of people who are encouraged to sell it rather than pay for the additional taxes that it's going to cost them, particularly a senior who may in fact be on a fixed income and may be looking for better services than we can possibly provide.
No, please, Maria, I speak
Can
too
I
much.
ask a question about protected space? When, in the process that involves, and who makes that process, and is there room in that process to protect that space but also allow for certain things? For example, if there are nature trails or bike trails, etc., and they're in this protected space, would there be room for, let's say we wanted to expand one of those trails or connect a trail, could you do that within the space even though the land is protected, or does the town have the ability to make those parameters when you protect it?
Great question. Through either conservation restrictions or easements, it can be written as such to accommodate certain uses. You can protect forest land from development, but allow active forest management, so the harvesting of trees, but allow the installation and maintenance and expansion of mountain bike trails or footpath trails. You can specify perhaps areas not to be disturbed by those, or not. There's a lot of flexibility in that, and legal. I mean, that's a legal process, and depending on the approach, there's some cost benefit analyses to be done there, but it is possible to allow. And I would say that we should explore those considerations for this type of property and use, given our connection to it already in town and how much we love to use it for those more passive activities.
Can I ask a question about
Thank
what
you.
is,
I appreciate that.
just to kind of reflect on what you're saying here, and Maria, I see this point that you're making, the information to the public. So the next public information session on April 2nd, if we are going to continue this conversation to another meeting, is that going to be enough time for what we have to say to be reflected in the materials, or are they presenting these materials to the public? Because when you look very carefully at the little legend for each of the maps, when you zoom it up really big, I think that there's phrases here that are just going to cause people to not understand what we're talking about. So exactly what you're saying about, is it passive recreation, and what's the definition of passive recreation versus active recreation versus protected space? And I know we had a little bit of a conversation about what is preserve, what is enhance, what is transform. We're not using the word development, but we are talking about development, and I think that we should just use plain language so the public understands.
I say the word development.
Well, not in the
But I understand
key.
your point.
The key doesn't say development. It says transform,
Oh,
And I
see
think
what
we
you
all
mean. I'm
understand
sorry.
what that means, but
In the
that doesn't
legend-
mean
in
the
the map
public
legend,
understands
you
that.
mean, in
Yeah,
the map
yeah.
legend, yeah.
So
I think the
with
public
regard
is
to
smart
these
enough to
legends.
understand, particularly when we're giving them the definition and we're also explaining it to them. I give the public more credit than that. Transform means changing the property. And we were very specific in our discussions when we talked about it, that it means developing, putting something there that wasn't there before. And I do feel very strongly that the
But
public, we don't need to.
preserve means protecting.
And we had that
Right.
conversation,
Yes.
and we were
But
gonna,
we're still
that's a
seeing it
change,
here.
because
Yeah.
that has a dual meaning. But
Right.
Yeah.
in terms of what, they're trying to find a way to say, leave it alone, do a little something to it that's gonna enhance it, make it a little better, or change it. And, I don't think there's an issue with,
So, but if enhance is active recreation, let's say it's a ball field, you're really disturbing things in order to do a ball field. It's active recreation
Yes.
versus passive recreation is, we have some existing paths and we're gonna put
Right.
stone dust down and make them level, et cetera. So we're saying we have 4 categories here, 2 of which are green, so that's a little confusing. So potential conservation easement area, preserve, enhance, transform. That's what I'm saying. Let's use natural language here instead of, I see what you're saying, Mika, that we've been saying transform means a series of things. But I think as we're getting closer and closer to the end of this project, the more clear we are with the public, certainly before we ask for their input again. Now, part of my input message to Cooper Robertson was, I really want to see the financial trade-offs presented before we ask the public to choose again, because it's very easy to say, I want all of this.
So they're gonna do they have to explore these options now.
Well,
And-
on April 2nd, they're doing something, and they're asking for input, and again, I don't get the sense that there's gonna be any fiscal trade-offs presented. And it doesn't look like they're changing this map either, to Andrew's
You
point
mean
about
with
what's
the terms?
preserve, enhance, et cetera, yeah.
they
So-
said they were gonna not use the word preserve. I think that's one of the things that they were, because you had mentioned preserve
Yeah,
is
it
very
was, it's
specific,
misleading. It is
So,
misleading.
but,
Yeah, so if we meet again and we say to them, hey, we still see that word preserve there and we would like it out, we want this word there. Is there time for them to adjust the materials, or are we getting too close?
I feel like there's time.
Okay,
But to Sheila's question, the financial component will not be there on April 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
are they surveying again, or are they?
Can I ask that we
no.
move on
They
from
are-
this? We are well beyond what I think is reasonable time, and we've drifted far from what we were talking about.
Yeah, we're getting into it.
Yeah, we talked about limiting this discussion. We've talked about it. There's going to be multiple meetings to talk about it. I don't want to talk about the entire project tonight.
Right, so do you want to just cut to scheduling this other meeting? Does that make sense?
I think we tried that, which is the reason we're having this conversation now.
Yeah, well,
Well, this is confusing because you did say we'll start, we'll see how it goes, and
and I do
Take
want
it
to
from
read
there.
everybody's
And what I was
input.
talking about is doing it in
And you
April.
haven't read mine.
Oh,
Our
okay.
April meeting, because.
Mine was spoken.
Okay.
I didn't give.
Well,
I didn't give more than. I
Mine's
didn't
3
submit an
pages, I'll
essay.
read it to you, but I would prefer that you see it. I don't want to take the time to read it to you.
You will see whatever input they have, they'll put it together, and we will see that. That's,
Yeah,
you know.
and then I want to
again,
talk again, if we
Yeah.
can. So next, did we say next?
I don't know, I'm confused.
What about this Friday? Did we
No,
finish this Friday?
we've tried to figure out a date between now and next meeting, and we weren't successful.
Right, but what about
else
this
do we need
Friday?
to talk about at this stage, though?
Well,
We've just shared each other's
I'm not
opinions
here
on
this
Well, okay,
what
let's
we've done.
be chill.
I'm chill. I'm just trying to move this conversation along. We've had hours of discussion.
So Steve,
about
are you
this.
saying you don't want us to have another meeting?
I'm not. I'm at. What would be the purpose of another meeting? We are going to discuss this at the next meeting. So
Right.
why are we adding a meeting?
Well-
we've submitted our feedback.
But if
It's
you're going
ready
to
to
limit
move
the
on.
time tonight, I did not
We're at-
tell you what I gave as feedback. And
You did
there's-
not? I mean, you
No,
told us
I
A
didn't.
and A
No,
prime.
I actually didn't.
You have so
No, I do have more, yeah.
we have votes that
Which
are
I'd
in.
prefer that you
It's
read.
B and C, or what was put in A, B, and C. They're going to move forward with that. I expect us to discuss what happens next when they explore A, B, and C. That's my expectation at this point. I don't understand why we would have another meeting. We
So you're
submitted
okay
feedback. It's
with-
been aggregated.
If you're
Steve, are you
asking-
okay with the map still saying preserve when we asked for it not to say preserve?
Easily cared for.
I think that can happen at the next meeting. I don't think we need to have another meeting to say what the definition of the word is or change the word.
Well, we did already ask for that. It
My
didn't
confusion,
change.
Steve, if it's helpful, was that earlier I heard Mika discuss to say, well, maybe after hearing someone's perspective on this, they wouldn't want to vote for this. That's what I heard. And so I thought
Sure.
that that's what this conversation was for, but maybe
That's what
I'm confused.
But just in terms of, I'm kind of where Steve is, because we are having those discussions. We each said what we wanted. There were questions and comments about each other's proposal. What I see is we're just going to keep going around saying the same thing that we've been discussing
So
for
what-
quite some time, because we're each in the spot that we are and have provided what we are. We've given it to them. They know that they're going to look at it. The next step is for us to say, okay, we all know what we want. So what's the market data bear out in terms of what we're asking for? As far as the survey is concerned, they mentioned about another survey. I don't know when it is, so, but we can certainly get that definition. But we know the next step is to get the market data, is to understand what the options are, et cetera. And for them, from their purposes, it gives them better definition. They've arbitrarily added a third option in terms of what the group was looking for, specifically to offer additional flexibility.
Right. So in terms of timing, Mika, so I had other suggestions in my little cover letter, right? And that had to do with understanding what the timeline is and clarifying a few things, and then also around the updated POCD, which I heard the TPZ discussing the fact that their draft of the POCD contains a holding spot for the CCW plan. And I'm trying to understand, especially thinking what is the public understanding, which is coming first, chicken or egg? Where does the public get to weigh in? We're having
Sheila,
a
the
public
public has been
information,
weighing
but
in
let
for
me
the whole
just finish.
process.
Let me just finish.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
We're having an April 2nd public information session. I have no idea what's being presented there. I've given this feedback, but I've gotten no, like, what did they think? Are they going to, like, where can we discuss? The feedback I gave, I would like to discuss with someone, and I was told not to call Mike Aziz and speak to him, but then I hear other committees and commissions are calling Mike Aziz and speaking with him, which is confusing to me. I will attend the next Technical Advisory Committee meeting. If I can get the materials for that, that would be terrific as
Sheila,
well.
I send you the materials for every single meeting.
For
Please don't-
Technical Advisory Committee?
I know Karen does, and I do too. I include it on everyone's. You pointed
Okay.
directly
Today,
over here.
today was the day that we decided the date as far as the TAC is concerned. And Karen, I think you sent something out to the TAC, and following that, within 24 hours, she generally sends out a notice to the Board of Selectmen letting us know that there is a TAC meeting just for your purposes, so you know if you want to attend as a member of the public, you're able to do so.
That's
So
all I
I'm
wanted
letting
to-
you know,
that's
I'm letting
all
you
I
know,
wanted to
we've
do.
already let you know that the TAC meeting is on the
Okay.
25th.
Is it possible
So-
to see each other's input?
I'll ask
now
them
that
to
it's
share,
been-
I'll ask them to share it, since I haven't seen everybody's, because it was, the only one I saw was yours, because you decided to put it on the shared drive as opposed to emailing it to them,
And we're
or
going to
to
get to
Karen
that
directly.
discussion in a minute.
So, yes, I have no problem with that at all. That's, I'll ask them to put that together so that we can have that, particularly since it just seems, from a scheduling standpoint, we can't get together between now and the 5th. So I'll call them tomorrow, and I'll let them know what the circumstances are. And Allison will give you an update, or, I'm sorry, Karen will give you an update in terms of what we can expect and in what fashion we can expect it.
So, but will we see the material before the
I
public?
just said yes, yes,
I wasn't
yes,
clear.
I'm sorry.
Because that's the only reason I asked. I'm not trying to give
I'm sorry.
anyone a hard time.
In
I
our
just
Yes, we
wasn't
will.
clear.
Yes, we will.
regular
Okay.
Yes, we
meeting,
will.
in our April regular meeting, we
They will be here.
Okay. At that point,
Let me ask them.
yeah, okay.
But ask you a question.
Well, I'm just wondering if we should be proactive, considering how hard it is to schedule stuff, to have a second meeting scheduled in April, depending on what is expected of us to deliver in April.
I have no issues with that.
Okay.
As long as people can make it and we can get
Yeah,
everybody here.
and I just think the
No issues with
further advance we can schedule that out, the more likely people will be
And
able
what
to
I'll
make
say
it.
to that, Andrea, is in my opinion, it has much to do with the other topics that we do need to discuss going into the budget and going into
I
next year,
understand.
so that I
There's a
think
lot going on.
it's worthwhile for us to And keep in mind, we also have the 18th. We also have, I'm sorry, we have the preliminary budget meeting in April. And we also have the budget meeting itself, the annual meeting in May.
Yeah.
So, and we can, for example, look at the preliminary budget meeting, I think starts late in the evening, or, early in the evening.
7 o'clock.
So if we want to get together at 6 o'clock and do something and figure something out, that might be a good time for us to be able to do it. So we'll look at the different options and look at, what the options, understanding that we need more discussion, or we would like more discussion. But in this particular instance, I just feel like we're going to kind of review everybody's ideas and ask questions about everybody's ideas. We got enough to understand where we all sit as far as what the input was on, given to the consultants. So, are we okay to move on? Sheila?
Fine with me.
Maria?
Yes.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Board of Selectmen email addresses. And this was, we tabled it last meeting, and rather than ending it, we extended it into this meeting as its own agenda item. I can tell you from my perspective, this is not a budget item. It's $1,000 a year. Far be it for me to say that, that it's not worth $1,000 to do this. But my sense is, I want you to understand what's involved in having them, the training, the things of that nature. My sense is that it's an all or nothing. It shouldn't be like two people have it, 3 people don't, and things of that nature. So that's what I'm hoping the board, and I'm not necessarily abstaining, but I would rather you folks discuss it because I have an email. You know what I mean? So it doesn't affect me as it does you. So I'm happy to contribute if I can, but I'd rather you folks discuss it.
I already go through these required trainings through my paid work. I don't want to do more of them, especially in light of all that we're doing. I think this current Board of Selectmen is putting in arguably more hours and managing arguably more things than in the recent past, and I feel very limited to take more on. And but I'm coming from the perspective of, I started my service with a specific BOS, like Woodbridge Gmail account. So I have that luxury, and so I understand why others would feel differently, but I don't feel the need for one. This is where I stand.
Maria?
I'm in the exact same boat. I have multiple hospital systems where I'm on multiple other emails, have to do training for all of them, and I have a dedicated email box. I have my organizational system. I don't have a need for one.
Steve?
I don't need one, but I'm happy to support an effort if that feels like it's pertinent.
Sheila?
So I talked last time about the need that I think this fills. The one piece that we didn't get a chance to talk about was the records retention and records requests that we're getting. I think I understand that those are ongoing. So I don't know if I can adequately keep up with those requests. I have a lot of email.
Could you explain if you don't?
Yeah,
just
so there's
we-
100 search terms, and you're meant to have 100 different boxes, boxes, and you're supposed to supply them. I don't know how frequently. Because if you did it, you have a cutoff date, and it's an ongoing request.
Can you help
From
me
an
to
IT,
understand how
let me
having?
just, from an IT perspective,
So Mika doesn't have to do
if you have a single
it.
folder, but if you have a single folder if you have a single email, our IT will provide you support, as will our lawsuit attorneys. Will provide you with the support you need so that you can download that information and do the necessary searches on it with their assistance. It's the same thing that we do from an IT perspective on ours. So it's, if you, the issue becomes, like my personal email, where I have personal stuff that says housing, and I have town stuff that says housing. So now I have to look through those and identify it. But if I only use one email, I only have one place to search. So you just do one complete search with those terms, and that's it, which is exactly what's done from our perspective.
But Mika, do you do it yourself, or you have the staff? do it?
I've tried to do as much as I can do it. No, I don't have staff to do it, but I do call Vancourt, who is assisting us and who is available to assist you.
Yeah.
To help me because they know they have knowledge that I don't in terms of how I might be able to do that faster.
Oh, yeah.
So they know how to do
Yeah,
the
yeah.
separators and the, colons and this to make, so they can do multiple terms in one search
Right.
as opposed to every
So-
single folder, every single word.
So if that is a solution that we can all take advantage of,
It is.
but they won't have access, right? So, like,
You have to provide them access, correct?
I've done the M-Box thing here. I have not searched the 100 terms. I have the entire M-Box here. I'm going to hand this right to Tony right now, so that is off of my plate, and for the record, I have supplied.
Okay.
So that is not searched, though. So that is where
Vancourt.
Vancourt
Yeah.
would do the search, and then someone's going to determine if these are answering the request or not? Or are you just going to turn the whole thing over?
We turn the whole
I'm
thing over.
unclear.
We turn the whole thing over to them, and
they'll
they
look
do
over
what
it.
they do, Correct.
Who's they? Is it
The attorneys and whoever supports the attorneys,
our attorneys?
our attorneys.
And then they're going to make a decision about what they're providing to the court?
They do what they do.
I don't,
Yeah, what's responsive?
Right.
What's relevant?
okay. So that's cut at January 31st, because that's what I thought I was doing.
Got it.
And now, I haven't had email for a month, so I don't have to worry about February, but if I'm gonna open a Gmail account, how am I responding, at the end of March, am I doing it again with a little drive and someone's gonna go through it, or?
When they request it.
Well,
When they request it again.
it's a permanent request, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that is my point of putting those services and the fulfillment of these obligations on staff rather than on us. I'm not trying to make more work for us, I'm trying to make less work for us, clearly.
Has the current
I don't
Board of
want more
Selectmen
work.
been named in Discovery? I have to check
Well,
that out.
we were asked to turn.
You were?
Current board was asked, so,
Yeah.
because
Okay.
we've all
No,
done
we're
it.
definitely.
So, yes.
Okay.
But the new address wouldn't help with historical information, that would still have to be
Well, we would
provided
upload
from.
to it, and then forward, we don't have to I don't have to make a disk every month, or whatever I'm gonna do. He would have access, the IT person, for Mika, he can get into his box, whether he's in front of your computer or not, he can see it on the system, and he can continue the search. That's my understanding of what we would gain if we had addresses. But if you guys don't wanna do it, that's fine, I just don't understand how it's less work, I think it's more work for us.
It's
David?
more work because of the trainings that we have to go to.
Those are really,
That-
I mean,
I
you've
think
taken
that- I
them
think that was
somewhere
the-
else, you're gonna be able to
Well,
take them
right.
here.
I think
But
that,
it's
I think
still
that
the
was the
time.
point, is that it's more time that has to be put in
Yeah,
annually.
I think we got hung up on that.
David?
Yeah, But,
It's not-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd just like to do
Oh,
whatever,
I'm sorry.
whatever,
You good?
whatever my colleagues want. I'm
Yeah.
lousy at email. I'm retired. I don't have to look at email, and I don't.
love it.
But if you're giving them records, are they looking?
Maybe I am, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I may be going to jail next week.
It's
So-
just discovery at this
So
point.
just to, on this topic, is there a
Orange is
list?
not
I
good.
cannot keep up with what's happening. I don't have time to watch the proceedings. There was a transcript that said something about subpoenas, and then I haven't followed what happened after that. Is there an
Sheila, do
update?
we need a motion?
To go into executive session?
No, not to go into executive session. No, is there the proposal, do we need a motion for this, for doing the email? Right, that's the request that, we almost had a motion last time, we cut it off. You were
Yes,
requesting.
to get legal advice, and that's what I just was asking for, and maybe you're correct, we should not discuss it in open session.
Well, I wasn't trying to get us into executive session.
To get legal advice on the status of the litigation?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think that's something that's appropriate for open session.
okay.
But it's also not
But-
appropriate
I
for
mean,
Nick
I'm
to
sure
provide
what you
that.
meant.
I guess in terms of the email, I'd like to resolve the email discussion. I'm happy to support your request for this. So.
Are you making
what
a
I'm-
motion?
No, I'm asking if you want to make the motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we have email addresses for the purpose of records retention and search request fulfillment.
And is that just for the Board of Selectmen? at
Just
this
the Board of
point?
Selectmen.
Great. Second.
We've already had a lot of discussion.
Yeah. We don't-
So is there any additional discussion? All in favor?
Did you want to say?
No, I'm sorry. I did have a question about. Well, no, okay, what's the motion? I'm sorry, repeat it.
Motion is to
To get
give
us
a
addresses.
town email to all Board of Selectmen members.
Okay.
For the purpose of easing the process of this records retention.
And you made the motion because that's what you want.
That's
Yeah.
the only
Okay.
reason I
And I
want to do
seconded.
this.
And
Okay.
Steve
And
seconded.
you seconded. Okay.
There's no additional discussion. We'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? I'm going to abstain. I have an email. It doesn't seem fair for
So
me
the
to.
motion passes.
Motion passes.
Great.
Okay. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda.
Is there any timing
Can I ask
update,
for-
or
I'm
do we
gonna- I'm
not?
gonna take
Do
a
we need
break.
to add that to the agenda?
Yeah, let's, why don't we take a 5-minute break, folks, before we go on?
A
I'm sorry.
recess, sure. Yes.
A timing update as
again, because we did forget to, Karen reminded us that along with the emails, you have to have the dual factor authentication, which means every quarter you have to change your password, and you have to replace it and put it in. So I don't know if that makes a difference to anybody, but it's certainly something that,
It also means you need 2 devices.
I'm sorry?
Please correct me.
No, dual,
Please correct me if
you
I'm
don't
wrong.
need 2 devices, it's dual factor authentication, you'll have to like close out one app on your phone and open a second.
Okay.
I'll try the second wrinkle.
But, I'm sorry, but if you're accessing from your computer, doesn't the dual factor connect to your phone?
Yes, it does.
So
You
that
leave
is
your
2
phone on you or you can't
devices.
get it. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
The other wrinkle is that we're in the process of converting from .org to .gov.
Yep.
So that's going to be like a 6-week kind of process. So I mean, we could either create the .org now and then switch to .gov, or
No.
you can wait till .gov.
We can't do that.
Okay.
I don't,
We
I
can wait,
don't
right.
want to do that.
We didn't vote for it to start tomorrow. So,
We could just wait until we
Is there
convert
any
to
concerns
.gov.
with the
Start it when it's
authentication?
convenient.
yeah. And it could-
I still don't wanna do it, but it doesn't change my vote. Sorry.
So the folks who voted for this, or does everybody recognize what needs to be done? And does anyone want to make a motion to relook this based on the additional information that was added?
So I don't want to reconsider, but I would say it would be helpful if we had some information, some further information about what will happen, when it will happen. If I need to create a new Gmail account just for this interim period, I can do that. That's not a
Don't you
problem.
already have a Woodbridge account?
Oh, I used to, but
I'm sorry, not an official Woodbridge. Don't you already have a separate first
closed
selectman
Selectmen
account?
I closed it.
Okay.
Closed it.
It doesn't bounce back.
But could it be reopened?
It doesn't bounce back.
Right.
It doesn't say it
Yeah,
unreceived.
it's not, it's, so, but what I'm thinking is that if we're gonna find out when this will take effect, and then what we're gonna do, and then how the dual authentication works and all that kind of stuff, that's further information for us to have. It is recognizing that's not happening tomorrow, right? So I would like some further information. We had a little bit of a conversation about how these M-box things are being treated. I think everyone should have the same information, so I'm hoping we get further information.
And it's something that if for some reason people feel it's not working out for them for whatever reason, we can certainly revisit it.
May I ask if there's capacity in town staff to accommodate this shift? Because I am sensitive to the fact that there's work behind the scenes that goes into this with our SharePoint access, with,
I
you know.
appreciate it. I'll defer to Tony and to Karen on that. Or do we want to make an evaluation of that? and
Yeah,
get back to you.
make an evaluation
Yeah, I
in terms of the
think
conversion
in
to .gov,
context-
that's all new to us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I don't want to burden.
give us some time and we'll put an
Well-
update, we'll update everyone as we receive the information.
So what do they do?
Or no, at our next meeting.
And when you have to change your password every quarter, it's on like the first of the month or whatever.
You get a
No, it's all
reminder.
based on when
Currently,
you.
mine's reminding me right now, my desktop is saying, we're gonna make you do this in 2 days, you might wanna
And
do it
David-
today.
Right.
And for the life of me, I gotta tell you, it doesn't seem.
They
to
send
me-
you an email for
I
that?
just, yeah, I
And
just
you
don't.
can't use
Yes.
an old one,
Yes,
like in the
David,
past
to answer
6
your
months.
None of your last.
So, and you should use a
Yeah, I know,
password
and I'm like,
manager, so you have a very secure
And
password.
and I can't say that it's particularly like, the first day of the quarter at all.
It's
It does-
based on
it
when
just
you
comes
start
up.
it. It's based on.
So
Yeah.
how would
Sounds
we,
like we'll get an update.
Exactly.
how
'cause
would
every
we
month has a
receive this
different number of
update
days.
information
Yeah.
though?
Well,
Like,
it's
Sheila, how
interesting
would
when
you
you sign
receive this
up, when you
updated
sign.
information
I get-
without an email address?
I'm gonna make a new email address and send it tomorrow. Because I do want to stay informed.
You can put it on the SharePoint too. But
Yeah.
All right, so we'll get some additional information, and if we need to revisit this, we will.
Right. Or password.
All right. Next item on the agenda is our town council report.
I have been on the sidelines of a handful of issues that I am not ready to directly report anything on, so I think we can just proceed.
Thank you.
Can I just add, are you able to say what those issues are? Is it relevant?
Some of them we've talked about. I mean, the housing committee's coming up next.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm,
leave it at that.
that is, yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. Thanks, Nick.
Nick, what I will ask is that we have some conversation with our lawsuit attorneys to see about the next, another time for us to get another update.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Ordinance Committee update? Steve?
We discussed the housing commission, the proposed housing commission ordinance, per our last Board of Selectmen meeting where we discussed the sort of draft, commission language. We went back and met again and discussed it further. Other than correcting a few small typos that were in there, we didn't make any other changes, but we did discuss the sort of issues that were raised regarding membership. Ultimately, this ordinance as it is presented now really reflects what most of our ordinances look like, in terms of one of the requests was about noting skills and expertise that should be on commissions. We don't usually see that language in our ordinances, and that was sort of the thrust of discussion. It is really up to the appointing body to make sure that the skills needed on a commission are present on the commission through appointments. And it is not consistent with our other ordinances to say what skills should be on there, which is ultimately why we didn't put it in there. So, part of making the ordinances is making them consistent with what we have on the books. So I would say that feedback was noted and discussed thoroughly, and we decided to leave it as is, minus the few corrections that needed to be made. So we are presenting this as sort of a final draft of the Housing Commission to be considered and moved forward by this board.
Which effectively means the board has to set this up for a public hearing if we want to move forward.
It did raise the one question, it raised one question about skill sets and qualifications for boards and commissions. And I spoke briefly with Sheila about the fact that perhaps the strategic, our strategic plan should include some direction from the board in the future about having boards and commissions tell us what kinds of qualifications should be looked for and who on their commissions have them, so we know when they're going off of a term, we could tell the appropriate town committees, Democrat town committee or Republican town committee, here are the skill sets that this particular commission would like to see to give better guidance, so that we don't just end up putting people on because they're good people, but because they have the requisite background to be able to do better work. So maybe that'll come up through strategic plan if we can figure out how to do it.
And we also mentioned in our discussion that the commissions themselves might want to have their own internal skill set matrix, like as many boards
Yeah,
do
well,
say.
that was what we were suggesting, that they
Yes.
build one for themselves.
Right, so they want to report back, so when we hear from a chair, they might want to be reporting on, these are the skills that we have, or these are the skills that we need.
Yeah.
It's a prudent thing to do, so we discussed ways that it might be addressed, but from an ordinance perspective, it didn't really seem like it should be addressed
Certainly.
in that manner.
And I agree with you, particularly along the lines of, I think what you said is very important, very true. And I think we do give that some consideration when we're voting for people or when we're nominating people. And I know that the respective committees, town committees, do the same. But I will also say that in some instances, you don't always look for a skill set that's necessarily directly tied to the action or board. Because you may have, in some cases, there are times where you would pick someone, for example, because of their capabilities in terms of research or something along those lines that don't necessarily don't have housing credentials, if we're talking about the Housing Commission, or something along those lines. Not to say that that's what you're always going to do, but there could be the exceptions. And I think it's up to us and the town committees to kind of make sure that we're diligent and we're, we actually consider those types of things.
Yeah, I think that going back to some of the things that you've said about giving, that's what boards and commissions are there for, and let them do their work. They should be the ones who tell the town committees through us that these skill sets are prioritized.
I'll go along with that, yeah.
And particularly when they know people's terms are up or the people are resigning, that would be very helpful. In my first term as a select person, I frequently saw people with resumes that suggested very limited qualifications be taken over people who were overqualified on numerous occasions. So I think that the work of the nominating committees is imperfect at best, but it would be better if they had somebody telling them what the skill set was. And that should be the people who are actually on those commissions and
I have no
boards.
issue with that. I can tell you sometimes it becomes a result of what's happening at the given time. I can tell you right now, from my perspective personally, the work that's particularly some commissions do is critical to our being, we don't have the staff to do it ourselves type of thing. So
Yeah.
therefore it becomes critical that they effectively perform what it is you're looking for from their particular commissions. So you want to make sure that they have the capabilities to do what you're asking for. It could change in different times depending on what becomes required, but I certainly don't have an issue with that. And it's certainly something we can do from a strategic plan commission committee
Yeah.
in terms of outlining and communicating to the commissions on that.
I think it could be helpful.
So,
I had a specific question about the text that's in our packet. So I just wondered if there's a difference between, in C, the housing plan, lowercase p, and D, town's affordable housing plan. And then that's again in F, same phrase. Are those all the same thing, or is there something separate here?
I have the same question. Do we have both? A housing plan and an affordable housing plan?
They're
So-
one and the same.
they're one and the
Okay.
So I think
Change
that
The
needs
C
to be,
was, sorry, I think C was more of a catch-all
No.
for additional federal and state law requirements similar to this sort of a plan, and then we specifically call out the affordable housing plan in F.
It seems to me like C should actually be a small h as opposed to a capital P.
Yeah, that makes
Right.
more sense.
Yeah,
So,
I agree with that.
So, and then I was going to ask what prepare and maintain, I guess it depends. So the town's affordable housing plan is something that the Board of Selectmen submits to the state. So the Board of Selectmen is like the owners of that, right? But if the housing plan lowercase, planning for housing, maybe we could say, if that's a document they're maintaining, then maintain makes sense there. Does that make sense?
Where are you looking for the word maintain?
I'm in C
sorry.
still,
Oh,
so
C.
prepare and maintain versus the town's affordable housing plan is maintained by the Board
Well-
of Selectmen, right?
Yes, but if you look at D, the specifics to the town's affordable housing plan is for them to recommend amendments or modifications. So while it would be submitted by the Board of Selectmen, we are specifically tasking them with making recommendations and modifications.
Recommend to us.
To recommend to
Yeah,
us, yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. No, I understood that. It was the C, and if C is a separate thing, right? Because it's not just affordable housing, it's all housing.
It's all housing.
Right, so maybe we say a long-term plan for all housing needs, all lowercase.
I think.
And
I
then
th- yes.
they're preparing and maintaining that. Like
Yeah.
the open space plan is
I think, but-
maintained by the Conservation Commission, if you're familiar with that.
But
Yeah, I
that's
think the
separate
lowercase
from-
h makes sense there. I think it was, as Nick said, it was meant to be a catch-all for, we have a very specific thing that's already been done that will need updating.
Right.
The affordable housing plan, but because this is not simply or solely an affordable housing commission, it is a housing commission, which can deal with other things. We use this as a
Yeah.
broader scope.
Understood.
Prepare and maintain.
So that little bit of wordsmithing doesn't have to prevent us from taking whatever step we're taking tonight.
Correct. I think it's just the lowercase h, I think, would do it.
Yeah, and so the idea is we're having a public hearing, and then if people come to us and say something and we want to adjust that further so it's even clearer, we can still do that? Is that-
Correct.
Yeah.
It just pushes the timeline that it can be acted upon just a little bit further out.
Okay.
If we change it as a result of the public hearing.
Correct. You're not gonna be able to,
Understand.
if it's a substantive change at the public hearing,
Yep.
you're not gonna be able to approve it that same night.
That night.
And
Understood.
Nick, in C, we really don't even have to say prepare and maintain a long-term housing plan for compliance. If we'd said prepare and maintain a plan for compliance with federal and state housing laws, including fair housing laws, that pretty much covers what the plan is doing, which is housing. We don't need to say, it's kind of almost redundant to say it, a housing plan.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, it sort of nods to the point Sheila was making about, maybe there being some confusion if someone reads housing plan in C and then sees
Yeah.
affordable housing plan. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Is it reasonable or beneficial so including fair housing laws and other laws related to land use, like should the how maintenance and preparation of planning for housing be considered in the context of other land use laws, like not exclusively housing laws?
Wait
Is
for-
that the purview of like conservation committee? Like, are there other committees
Well,
or
I c-
commissions that do that?
Yeah,
Yeah, though this is why I see value in having like the representation of certain expertise, to the earlier comments made, because it's hard. I understand their focus is obviously housing but just like with conservation, like you can't really plan for conservation without contextualizing it in the bigger picture of development and economic growth. And I don't know where, if there's possibility for the integration of that contextualization in this ordinance.
I think it's covered already, quite frankly. By us saying federal and state housing laws,
Yeah, that's exclusive to housing, is it not?
I mean, eye
You
of
have
the
to-
beholder. I mean, there's plenty of land use type law statutes that have some implication on housing. So would those land use statutes fall under what we're calling federal and state housing laws? Yeah, I don't see that as foreclosing this commission from considering land use laws. But I don't think it should be, we're starting to, I mean,
Could we
that's
say
a TPZ
including
role.
but not limited to fair housing laws?
Well, what if
Yeah,
we
we
said
open
federal
up
and
that-
state
Why would-
laws, including fair housing laws? So take out the housing right before.
If I think we said we will, unless anybody had an objection, we were gonna take out the word housing in C. The-
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
saying take it out twice.
But why would you want them
To-
to
to
prepare and
Andrea's point.
maintain state and federal
state
laws, including
including fair housing laws. I'm
Why
just
would
wondering if
it's-
that helps what
No,
Andrea was
because
saying.
I
that's
was just
expansive. That's-
putting forth the idea of contextualizing the need to plan for housing in the context of other land use laws. Like there's other laws that exist relevant to housing that aren't necessarily housing laws. Does that make sense? That framework?
I understand, yeah, I do get what you're,
And I don't wanna
understand where you're getting,
Yeah.
but I don't think it pigeonholes them. If there's
Okay.
other, they can
I'm
take
just
it
throwing
up,
it
but
out
it's
there.
not their
I'm not-
responsibility necessarily to do that. This is saying, this is your charge to prepare and maintain. You're charged with making sure you understand what the state and federal housing laws are.
Okay.
To go beyond that is to ask them to do something that's not necessarily specific to housing. And
So let's say there's a recommendation to, I don't know, build X amount of houses on this, in this one area, that might put water quality at risk, whose responsibility would it be to consider the impacts of water quality associated with housing? Like, is it the
TPZ for sure, in
Well,
terms of,
in putting housing on, I mean, ultimately, TBZ is going to, address any permit,
Yeah.
and any recommendations from the housing are going to come to us
Okay.
likely as well. They report to us and
So
to
it's
TPZ.
really-
But if they're talking about housing, they're not putting housing in a wetland. All right, so
Well-
they would need to consider those kinds of land uses. So I would assume they'd be looking at water quality
Yeah.
as well. That's part of citing, or making a recommendation about house would be like, well, is it in a wetland? Is it,
Yeah,
Is it near a public
but I mean
watershed?
more like groundwater. I don't know. I
but
mean,
what we're asking them here is keep in mind in that particular clause, the word compliance. They're preparing, and maintaining a plan for compliance
okay.
with housing laws. Now, to say that you want them to prepare and maintain a plan for land use is, I think, outside of their scope.
Okay.
That's what I see.
I appreciate the discussion.
Yeah.
To your response, in that that's really TPZ's role, or maybe our BOS's, I'm still kind of stuck on what I mentioned last meeting, that I don't think it appropriate for members to be voting members of TPZ. And I do feel there's benefit in calling that out explicitly. Steve, when we talked about this last, you mentioned some towns have housing as a subcommittee of TPZ. I really get that, and we're our own town, and I want to think about us separate from that. And so, I don't know, what does the board think about that?
Well, I think we had those discussions in ordinance, and I think what we felt ultimately, and certainly, correct me if I'm, mistaken, was that one of the opportunities that we have to do that is in appointing people
Yeah, but
to those committees, but codifying it in the ordinance, because this is a part of the planning process in multiple towns, it just didn't seem right to codify that specifically in this ordinance, because these two groups do work so closely
Is there
together.
harm in codifying it in the
Well,
ordinance?
Then you'd never be able to have someone who's working.
Just a voting member of like,
What about the idea, I watched the video the rest of the meeting, the idea of making ex officio, a TPZ member ex officio, is that?
We don't.
Did
We don't.
you guys talk about?
We did talk about that, and so we can't, in the housing commission ordinance, decide what TPZ will do. So we could look at the TPZ ordinance and say, someone could be ex officio, that someone should sit on there, someone should report to that. But we can't, on the housing commission ordinance, say someone from here
We would have to
it would
change
be ex
TPZ
officio.
ordinance.
No.
Additionally, we don't call that out in any other ordinance.
well,
We don't
we're
call that out
dealing
in
with
any
this
other
ordinance,
commission.
so I don't
Yeah,
really
What we do
care.
in terms of,
Yeah, we can't.
As ex officio.
they have it, no, ex officio. I'm saying, calling out saying the
Yeah,
only
no,
ones we
I'm-
do it
I'm-
is for the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance. are
Right,
the
but
only
I'm
ones
just saying,
that restrict what else you can be on.
so I'm just saying.
None of the other commissions say, for example, you can't be on this
I
commission if
guess
you're
I'm
on this
wondering
one.
why that matters, because
Yeah,
we're
there's
dealing with this right here, right now. So
Well, it
we
matters
didn't write
because
the other
that's,
ones,
but those are, we want to stay consistent in terms of what our laws are. You don't want to arbitrarily change
Well, it's not
change consistencies.
We'll make a-
So is it possible just to make the two ex officios? That's kind of styled on the way CUPOP is. CUPOP has two ex officio members. If this had, instead of 9 full members, had 7 members plus 2 ex officio, does that, I don't know if that gets.
Would
to-
one be Conservation Commission, or, because I also see,
Yeah. Why not?
provide input on the housing
very
for
similar to CUPOP then.
POCD, and to me, that's a
Conservation.
perfect opportunity to engage,
Yeah.
it's a plan of conservation and development, so that's a natural fit to
Two
me.
ex officios.
The ex officio is, I'm not commenting on that. I'm commenting on specifically specifying that somebody can't be on, you can't, as a result of being on this, do something, be in TPZ. For example, it's,
Yeah, we have the power to do that ourselves. We don't need it in the
Yeah.
ordinance.
I would
But
say-
if we wanted to have
Yeah.
two ex officios here.
We discussed it
could-
at length. We decided
and
not to put that
you
forward.
decided not to, okay.
We discussed
Yeah,
it from the very
order-
beginning
I
of
mean,
the process.
I want to put that forward. I support that. So we didn't
You
necessarily
and I are on
agree.
this.
We
Ordinance
discussed
committee,
it.
yes.
And I'm saying
Yeah.
at ordinance, we discussed it from the
Oh,
very beginning.
I'm sorry, I
of
thought you
that's
meant
what
the Board of
yeah,
Selectmen.
from the very beginning of the process.
Okay.
We talked about it. We ultimately decided on 9 members of the, electors of Woodbridge, in order to have more voices.
Yeah.
That was the reason.
And I
Yeah,
appreciate
and
that.
so, and there could have been, because many housing commissions in the state that we looked at show, 5 people, plus, the first selectman or their designee, or the town planner or their designee, or the chair of TPZ. There's many permutations of how this exists. We have discussed this for many months and at length. So I do hear the feedback, and just to say, we discussed it.
Yeah.
This
So
is where we've landed.
If we don't do the ex officio here, if we don't have that role here, then the only way we could have a zoning person would be to have them sitting on both, right? If we had the ex officio role here, then we can be assured that there will be close collaboration between the groups, regardless of whether we seat someone on both groups or not, which is our option at all times with all boards and commissions, except Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance.
Yeah, I would say keep in mind that we've written into the purpose. This commission is charged with reporting to TP&Z. That's in the purpose of
Yeah,
this.
so
But if
And
you're,
how do you,
So-
can I just ask a question?
That's what they're charged with doing. That is their purpose, to report to the Board of Selectmen and to TP&Z.
so the
We
same
named that.
reports? We both get the same reports, or
I mean,
wasn't
we didn't
sure.
specify they must submit the same exact report to both boards. We
Well-
said they must report to the Board of Selectmen and TP&Z.
Because right now we get not as frequent reports as TPZ does, but it might be helpful if we got the same reports.
Well, it says to the Board of Selectmen and the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. I mean,
So that is both.
it
Okay.
certainly sounds like both. It doesn't actually say
That
the
was in-
same data to both, but it does say report exploring this, I mean.
And that's not the current, is that in the current language too?
That's it purpose?
You mean
Yeah,
in
no.
the committee
In the
language?
committee, yeah, the existing.
I don't have the committee language in front of me, but I mean, certainly the housing committee has appeared before us and has reported to TPC, but I don't have the existing language in front of me to say. But
Am I alone in thinking it's a conflict of interest, not necessarily legally, but optically, to have someone on a commission reporting to a commission that's also a voting member of that commission they're reporting to? Did that framework make sense?
no, I understand.
Say that again. It's late at night, Andrea.
Well, it
Okay,
does-
I could reframe that question.
I know
Okay.
what you're saying.
It just, it does in some way, in some degree, it changes the perspective or it changes the nature of their job on one of the commissions or another,
Correct.
because it's always assumed that they are speaking instead of toward the issue at hand, that they are speaking as a representative of as the representative of the actual position of the other commission that they're on. That can happen with any commission. Like if you're on, if you're on some conservation and you are also on TPZ, I think it's easy for you to become viewed as the Conservation Commission's opinion on an issue when that may not be the case.
But we don't-
Because on TPZ, you have an obligation to discharge your knowledge for TPZ rather than always be just representing a viewpoint that's already been vetted by the conservation group, which it may never have been. So I do think I do think that walks a line. And probably the probably the ex officio membership both ensures that you get the connection, it ensures that the connection exists, and that there is no compromise of your opinion, that you're only offering an opinion as the Conservation Commission or as the Housing Commission. You're not offering your own opinion because you're an ex officio.
True, but so in my head, what I'm trying to grapple with is we want the expertise of the different committees to come together because nothing exists in a silo. So we need everybody's opinions. We need conservation's opinions. We need TPZ's opinion. We need everyone's opinions, but yet we don't want people to give their opinions. And we don't hold back. And I understand what you're saying about the voting members, and I truly understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to separate a specific example versus what we want to codify going forward in the ordinance. And I want to try to separate that because we want all of these opinions together, and yet we're not asking individual members of the committees, well, what's your opinion? Oh, we don't want to hear that because that's your opinion and that wasn't vetted by this group, so we're not going to count your vote. Like, we want that diversity of thought.
I don't understand
On the
though,
committees.
how that precludes diversity of thought because the.
So in other words, if someone's, we don't ask other people, you know, you've got how many members of the different committees, they all may have different personal views, they come together, you know, based on information, and they come together in the committees and they discuss that and everything contributes to the conversation. We want that to go back and forth. We may want information to go back and forth between these different
We do
groups.
want information to go back
Right.
and forth.
And we have the opportunity, if we want to say that we want certain people and maybe not other people as voting members of different groups, we have a channel to do that. As opposed to putting it in here that may, you know, you would have to go back into ordinance to change that if you had to change that idea in the future. And none of our other commissions in their ordinances have restrictions like that.
Well, they do have.
Well, other than
They
the-
do have ex officio members.
Restrictions, that's not a
I
restriction.
No, it's not a restriction.
So-
Well, my opinion would be the restriction shouldn't be there. But do we really have, you know, John Doe saying in a commission, this is not the opinion of my housing commission. This is my view on this issue. I don't think that ever happens. I mean, and the reason it doesn't happen is because it's really, when you put the same people on different commissions, you know, that they take their own viewpoint to both those commissions, and they may
I
not
don't,
really be sharing it.
I don't think it has to be set.
You
If
don't
you're on a commission, it's because you have a tie to that particular subject matter. You're not, most
To
people.
the subject matter, but maybe not to the commission's viewpoint of the subject matter.
Okay, but how does that
Clearly
make-
to the subject matter, most
But-
people are
right.
very interested in it.
Right.
And they may be like me, and they may have very strong, ridiculous opinions about things.
But that being the case, if they're on another commission, I don't see the correlation. I guess I'm having a hard time.
Well, I think I could be on another commission as long as every time I spoke up, I said, I'm not saying this as a viewpoint of the Board of Selectmen. This is my viewpoint.
Okay,
But I would have to do that. And that's one of the reasons that I'm prohibited from being on other commissions, because presumably the elected officials have more sway.
My concern is specific to having someone serving as, if this commission, which I agree should be reporting to TPZ and BOS, I don't think it appropriate for the people reporting to those two entities to also be a voting member of either one of those entities. Like, you wouldn't have a Board of Selectmen member on the Housing Commission or on any of these commissions because they're reporting to us. It's a conflict.
it's not a conflict. It's not a conflict.
I view it as
I
such.
understand. Is it a conflict?
I'm not asking, and I prefaced this earlier by saying it might not be legally, but it's,
Andrea, here's what I can offer. We did consider this, so I want to say this was heard and,
Yeah.
and it was
and you
discussed
are where you
thoroughly.
are, and I
But-
am where I am.
But what I would offer is, though I don't think we should go into every ordinance, maybe we want to look at TPZ and say that someone on TPZ cannot sit on other commissions in the way that the Board of Selectmen does not sit on others and Board of Finance does not sit. We might want to look at the TPZ ordinance and say, someone sitting on TPZ should not be sitting on another committee. We can't, I mean, I suppose we could, but it didn't feel right to do that here. But if that's the suggestion, that's something we could take up.
Would we be willing to take that
I
up?
don't have any problem
Can
taking
we,
that up.
Can I
can
ask just
we, can-
Well,
I gotta
'cause
read the
I only-
TPZ ordinance. I don't know, TPZ is usually kind of a,
Is that- I don't know.
statute kind of guides a lot of what you do with TPZ, but I guess we do assign the membership.
In terms of restricting membership on dual boards or multiple boards, I do think we have that authority. Even though TPZ operates under its own set of statutory authority,
Okay.
I don't think the statutes drill down to that level that says, oh, they must be able to serve on another local board. So yeah, I think we have some flexibility there.
That's right. So
Can
they're
I would appreciate
So
that.
they're, yeah, I think that's a reasonable approach. They're ex officio elsewhere, and maybe we want to put it in to say,
Can I,
To be
Can I
candid,
just-
I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on this as written in the context of what I just said. If we know confidently legally we have that authority, Nick, and if the board, is willing to commit to pursuing that, then I would. So that's why I'm asking, and that because not like
can I ask a
Considering
quick
it-
question?
It's different than pursuing it.
So, I don't know the answer to the question, right? So I'm
Yeah.
genuinely asking. I've seen Rob Klee, the current chairman of the TPZ, come in his ex officio capacity and say, I can't talk about this issue, whatever the issue is, because I'm governed by requirements of TPZ that when there's an open matter in front of us, I am not allowed to talk about it outside of the public hearing that is duly and properly noticed, right? So is that enough of a restriction that a TPZ member serving on another committee, if they start to talk about something that, an open housing application that is subject to a public hearing, they can't talk about that somewhere else, right? Is that a correct understanding, or am I just imagining that?
I think Chairman Klee's hesitation in getting into the nuances, perhaps, of something that's currently pending before his commission and subject to a public hearing is the fact that for TPZ purposes, all information related to that application, whether for or against that application, I mean, his statements would constitute some sort of commentary on the application, and that, under TPZ laws, all has to be part of the TPZ public record, which is what TPZ bases its decision on, and that the applicant has the ability to cross-examine on, and vice versa, even with members of the public. So it's not quite the way that I think it's been interpreted, just based on Chairman Klee's, hesitation to offer some of those
Right.
details.
So if something related to housing, let's say the change in the percentage of affordable or whatever it is, if there's a current public hearing, shouldn't be discussed by a TPZ member outside the public hearing. But if there's no current public hearing, they can talk generally at the housing committee on, I think it should be this percent or that percent. They're free to do that.
Yeah, I
But
think
it's
so.
only when it's a pending hearing that's open, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But what I'm hearing you say is that would make it if we had Chairman Klee on housing right now, that might be a very sticky wicket on if there were something in front of TPZ,
Yeah, he wouldn't
because he wouldn't
want to
be.
do
I
anything
mean,
on housing.
And it's true not only of him, it's true of the entire
Yeah,
TPZ.
not just the chair.
It's everybody who's on TPZ. That's they can't.
That's
Correct.
yeah, that's kind of part of where I'm coming from here.
So how do you mean?
What do you mean?
That's they can't. They have to comply with the guidelines associated with their position.
The
So there's-
TPZ
Yeah, it's, I mean, it
guidelines,
doesn't,
The
it's
TPZ
not
guidelines.
ethical, it's just for purposes of, what's the TPZ basing its decision, its zoning decision on this permit application? You just don't want, I mean, so, I wouldn't want some upset neighbor if TPZ approves something, or some upset applicant after TPZ denies something, to get wind that the chairman was talking about their application somewhere else in some
Oh, sure.
public meeting. If I'm the lawyer for the other side, I'm gonna use that as my grounds to get my foot in the door of court for an appeal. So is that ultimately going to carry the day and be successful? Maybe, maybe not, probably not, almost, but it definitely gives some right to start a court case and try to get leverage against the town.
Okay. Can I ask a different question, unrelated to membership, though? Before voting, I do want to circle back to where we've landed on Steve's suggestion, or idea, maybe is a better word. The funding component of this ordinance. As written, and Nick, I think this is a question for you. Does this put the responsibility of managing the trust on the housing? Okay.
No.
Is there benefit? Because when I asked Tony about this, he mentioned the town has an investment committee.
right, manages all trust funds.
So should that be spelled out in that funding piece? Like it's the investment committee who,
This piece that you're looking at,
Yeah.
79 or 75-90,
yeah,
doesn't establish any actual fund.
okay,
So this isn't saying who's managing that. Like, first we need to actually establish an affordable housing fund,
okay,
which is, we've talked about in past months as something we're considering and will probably be in front of this board at some point. That has not occurred. It's not being proposed at this point.
Okay.
So there is not this housing fund that we can just kitty monies for
so
this
that's why
type
you
of
can't
purpose.
specify it yet.
And the question also is, do we want to specify this group as the ones who are managing that fund, or should it be the investment committee that is typically responsible for managing
I mean-
funds? This is a different.
So this is, can you just put in layman terms what this is saying for me? For
It's just
everybody?
saying that this commission is going to try to find ways to get money for the town to put into a future affordable housing fund that it's going to establish to be used going forward for increasing and assisting the town increase its affordable housing stock.
And can I ask, ordinance and Mika, are other boards or commissions charged with finding funds?
With finding funds?
Well,
I don't know. I don't know if,
Identifying funding sources.
I know that
Probably
there's
not.
funding, well, there's
I mean-
conservation, I know has some funding sources. There's money that's put aside for conservation. I don't know what the particulars are or how it's worded or anything along those lines, but, Tony, I don't know if there's any other,
Well, I mean, every time that different
Is that not
groups
true?
apply for grants.
isn't there a conservation fund?
I mean,
Board
they're
of Ed,
looking for-
certainly.
Or,
There's an open
Yeah.
space
open
fund,
space, I'm
but
sorry,
that's
open
got nothing to
space
do with the
fund.
Conservation Commission.
Okay.
So, Andrew, I would say
With the Board of
two
Ed.
things. One, as Maria was just mentioning, many of our commissions do seek funding as part of
Sure.
grants, but it may not be in their charge. We address this because it is quite common for there to be both a housing commission and a housing authority. And so, though we decided not to try to simultaneously create a housing authority, we included this language in here so that if there
Housing
is a
fund.
housing authority, or if there, or sorry, a housing fund.
Yep.
Yes, we included this language so that if we do find funds, it's sort of noted. Again, they wouldn't determine the use of funds. That still comes back to Board of Selectmen, but there may be opportunities.
And in this
to find
potential
funding.
future housing fund or trust, could, and I don't know how the investment trust works now, but could the investment trust or the Board of Selectmen also identify sources of funding?
So we have two trust funds currently that have additional funding sources in them. One is the OPEB trust fund, which is done through the budget, which comes through the Board of Selectmen. The other is the Common Investment Trust, which is where we have for the cemetery,
Oh, yeah.
and that also comes essentially through the Selectmen.
So does this language preclude those, like, that entity or the Board of Selectmen also identifying funding sources?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is another part of the reason why we expressly built this in for this commission is we see it in, like Steve mentioned, oftentimes when a town has enacted this type of commission, along with it they enact this type of fund, and you see language where this commission is, well, there's different iterations of it. Sometimes they are in charge of the fund and how to use disbursements. Sometimes there's, and I mean, we're already deep in tonight. This will come back, but for the fund, there's different permutations of what levels of approvals are necessary to actually make disbursements out of that fund. It's not just one board or commission that's calling the shots. So we'll have some flexibility there, but the main answer is all that section that you're pointing to identifies this commission as one of their roles is thinking about ways to get more money into this future kitty.
Thank you, and I think that's smart and a good path forward. I'm not in any ways objecting to this inclusion. Just wondering if it limits the ability of other entities like Board of Selectmen to also identify funding sources.
No.
Okay.
And it's unique here because I mean, more often we see there being grant applications. The state law has expressly built in different ways that we can fund this fund. The most prominent that's had most success in a lot of municipalities is, and there's all different iterations to this, requiring for certain proposed developments of certain sizes, a land use, an additional fee that gets tacked on to your permit application, and then that just goes into the fund, and then it can only be used for the purposes that we lay out in, the ordinance setting up the fund. So another level of this sort of oversight, I think is useful in this housing context because it is a little bit different and it still is evolving pretty quickly.
Thank you.
I have one last question up at the top, the terms. It's going to be staggered terms, so half the people will have a 2-year term and half will have a 4-year term, or whatever, however we're going to
How
conform.
we normally would do, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, do we need to say that here, Nick, when we're starting? Or will
I
everyone
don't,
assume they're getting
this is
same?
the same language that we use in all the other sections. So we don't call out staggered terms in any of the other municipal agency sections.
Thought we did when we were starting a commission, so like government
Well,
access television.
I think it's
had
early,
that
it's
list.
not in, okay, so what's going on here?
Maybe it's
This
somewhere else.
article, what is this, 17, which is an entirely new article. The very first article has a bunch of general provisions, and I mean,
That's where the staggered
I'm
terms are.
fairly certain.
Yep.
that's
I
where
remember
it's
reading
called
it
out.
Yeah.
somewhere.
That's fine. But but we all understand that some
Yes.
of the people will have shorter terms than it. Okay.
Yes, and then we will need to
Just-
appoint the commission. The housing committee does not become the housing commission. These will need to be,
Right.
people will need to be
Right.
newly
We need to go through
appointed
the normal process.
of the
And
commission.
we'll
Oh,
get
that's
on the
good.
same,
Yes.
Need to be
so
grant-
some will
yes,
have like
no
less than
transfer.
a year's
Correct.
term, and then the
Till
others,
25, some of them will end in 25, and some of them will end
and
in 20.
eventually they'll all have 4-year terms.
Correct.
Okay.
Eventually, yep.
This is very small, but in powers and duties F, I think IE should be EG. Like, for example, versus meaning.
Hmm. Yeah.
If you,
It could
Sure.
be more, so. each
Grammar,
Yeah.
where'd you learn
fits
that
better.
grammar?
thank
Ann?
you.
At
Yes.
Amity High School?
Remember to thank
That's
your
right.
your sixth grade.
Class of 07.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well played.
So there's a couple of edits that have been noted. Yours most recently with EG instead of IE and F, and in C we can remove long-term housing. So this simply prepare and maintain a plan for compliance with federal and state housing laws.
We're taking out long-term as well, I didn't know that.
It came up, so I think, but I think it's sort of
Works for me.
plan is more encompassing anyhow. So
Yeah, I mean, all plans are long-term, right?
yeah, unless they were short-term.
Unless they
Compared
change.
to long and short.
So if, I guess
It's
at this
relative.
time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this with those edits in C and F.
I'll second it.
And that,
For discussion, my only point is what I brought up earlier about, I think it's clear where I stand on not wanting voting members of TPZ or BOS, but that obviously goes without saying, serving on this. I am willing to, I want a housing commission, so I just want to be clear with that. So I do want to vote yes for this. Is the board, can we pursue a TPZ ordinance amendment? I don't know, I don't want to open a whole nother can of worms at
We
9
can,
o'clock
but it-
at night, but.
No, it's not, we can, and it's the same process as we did here, which took us many, many months to get to.
Yeah,
But it's a process, and we can certainly start that, yes, in answer to your
Yeah,
question.
I think there's,
and Nick, do you think that that's a good idea?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
So why don't I report back? I mean, I took notes on the questions and, is an ex officio route something we want to think about, or do we just, if we even can? I mean, I don't know if it's in the charter, it's probably in the ordinances somewhere as well, if we can restrict TPZ members from serving on other boards. But I want to think about that a little bit more in the whole broader context. So let me report back on that.
Okay.
so our
Thank you.
motion tonight is to set a public hearing. We'll get additional input. We still have the ability to hold and make changes, and some would require another
Oh.
public hearing or just
At the
more time.
Public hearing, there could be comment to be changed, but
If
this
we were
this
to-
is what
as a
we would.
result
Yeah, it's the point of the
as a
public
result
hearing
of
is to
public
get
hearing, we can
input.
make changes, but this is what we'd be putting forward to public hearing.
Right, and then if even after this public hearing, the board thinks, and the board can talk about this at the next meeting after the public hearing, if there's additional changes,
I'm sorry, we can or cannot?
you can.
Okay.
It's just you can't, depending on, I mean, it's gonna depend on the context of what changes we're talking about. Substantive changes are going to probably need a new public hearing before you can act on it. What does substantive mean? We'll find out, I mean, but yeah, I mean, if it's little,
If
I'm
we
com-
added an ex officio member to this commission, would
That's
that be substantive? During the public
Or a
hearing?
restriction?
If we came through the public hearing and decided.
probably.
Let's throw some
That would be
hypotheticals at them.
substantive.
I think
Let's
so.
have that
So-
public hearing and then we can figure out, right?
Well, I was just,
So that's if that's
as
the
a
motion.
hypothetical, I mean, that's. an
There's a
example.
motion, there's a second, and we've had some discussion. Is there any additional discussion on this matter? All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions?
I think I'm gonna
Opposed?
abstain.
Abstain?
Until I have
Understood.
that information.
This
So-
motion was to put to a public hearing, are we
Yes.
deciding the
Wait,
date,
oh.
or are we?
We're opening a public hearing.
So the
putting this-
motion is to put to a public hearing, not to approve this.
Correct.
So the
It's to
motion.
bring
Alright,
this
so
to public-
I support this going to a public
Public hearing.
hearing.
Okay. So
Okay.
the
all
motion
those in
was to
favor?
approve
I'm
it.
sorry.
That's okay.
It was to approve it for a public hearing. Yes, that's.
Friendly amendment if you need it.
From,
To set
thank
the
you.
30 days.
Thanks, friends.
Yep.
All those in favor? We're okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Do we have to decide the public hearing date
We
today?
just,
Like, do they have to officially call for it?
We generally
Or is
call
that
for
us
it 30
counting
days.
backwards
Fit with the-
by-
we just need to get newspaper notice out 10 days in advance.
Okay,
So as long as we
next
meet.
Board of Select- regular
Next Board of
Selectmen
Selectmen
meeting?
And I'm not sure who, I just want to make, is this, you put the public notice in the newspaper?
I do.
So you know to put it in the website. Good, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the results of the 824s, two 824 requests that we sent to Massaro Farm. The first one is action on the Massaro Farm landowner concurrence form to install structural or vegetative activities. I'd like to ask for a motion to authorize the first selectman and myself to sign the landowner concurrence form.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
I abstain.
And one abstention. Thank you. The next motion is consideration and possible action on land lease option and lease agreement between the town and the Green Skies Clean Energy LLC for construction of an approximately 1 megawatt solar panel facility on the town's former landfill located at 85 Acorn Hill Road Extension. I'll call for a motion. Actually, I think maybe we want to get some, before we ask for a motion, should we get a little input from our legal?
Sure. Just for the board's edification, this is obviously the proposed solar canopy installation. It would be a lease, a 21-year lease with 3 5-year extensions. The annual lease, the annual rent would be $60,000. So all that means is under our charter, certain leases have to go to the town meeting for approval. So that's, this falls into that bucket here. So Mika and I were talking earlier about just process-wise how to get this set up so that the town meeting can address it at the annual town budget meeting. So we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's a pretty straightforward process, and it's essentially an added agenda item that during the annual town budget meeting I could give just a brief presentation on, and then that'll be part of the town vote as well.
Is
Put
it-
that first in that agenda.
Yeah.
Nick, sometimes at that meeting, we don't get, oftentimes at that meeting, we don't get a quorum.
We can.
Understood. So I think what I'm going to do is just make sure we check all the boxes so that that can also be removed to a machine vote.
We need a machine vote, didn't we?
If we
Because
don't have
when
a
we had the
quorum.
bonding issue at the school, right, we didn't have a quorum and then we still. we
Finance
filled.
Department moved forward with that, didn't they?
Yes, there's a provision for the Board of Finance to move forward with it.
Because it was bonded.
To bond.
Right.
Because it was bonded.
Right.
So in this case, we don't necessarily have anything that authorizes the Board of Selectmen or any other entity to move forward with this?
This is more like what we did with Mazzaro, right? Originally.
When we originally did with Massaro, yeah.
In the event that a quorum isn't
Correct.
reached, you're saying?
Did
I'm gonna hold on that for
That's
now. Let me,
I was just gonna say,
In
maybe
our
we,
charter, our budget is assumed to have passed,
right.
even if there's not a quorum.
Right.
Well, we,
so
we,
we'll get
That's
some more
what I was
details on
assuming
that.
would be the
So
case.
We don't really
Table
have
this?
to act on this, we just know that it's been approved by the 824.
Okay.
So at our next meeting, we will be looking to take whatever
If we have to go
action
to a
is-
town meeting, If we have to go to a town meeting, we could have a motion to move this forward to a town meeting.
Yes,
Yes, that's actually a great idea.
that is what, yes.
Do I hear a motion?
Second.
I move that we
Our Doge department.
All right, Dave, 9 o'clock and still sharp.
I'm getting efficient.
Did I get a motion?
I move that we send our land lease option and lease agreement to a town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Either, yeah.
Any additional discussion?
Can I ask a quick question? The abutters to this, do they get notified before or after? I have
Good
no idea.
question.
It's one of those questions like.
I'll take it up, we can take it up with Chris. Allison, if you please put that as an agenda item.
And then I guess the only question, if we're doing it at the annual town meeting, is it the revenue in the annual town meeting budget, or would we be
That
able to
was
add
my
it?
question too. Yeah, how will
If
this
it
be?
passes that night?
It doesn't, we don't, I think what we can potentially get in the first year is what they're building. I think there's a $5,000 holding
Right.
amount
Correct.
that we're saying, hey, you're gonna have to pay us this just to make sure while you're here, you're not
Just have
taking
to
up
actually
space
build it.
without, you're gonna get this done, so you're gonna pay us $5,000. So there is some potential for some additional revenues. I don't know that we have to have it in the budget, so,
Yeah.
De minimis.
so,
Okay.
It's already spent.
there's a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And still, I'd like to check with Chris on the abutters, Allison, so,
I know.
thank you. Next item on the agenda is the annual proclamation for School Board Member Day.
I didn't see this.
It's in there.
Oh, I'm
Allison,
sure it's
could
in
you-
there.
yeah,
I
could you
just
explain?
didn't look at it.
Okay, you got
Do
it?
we need to
It's
read
just,
this?
it's called proclamation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think.
It's annual. My understanding, Marcia sent it last year. The board's been approving this, I think,
Okay.
every year for quite some time, and then it's presented to the Woodbridge Board of Education
I'll read it quickly.
members, at their next meeting, which is March 17th, so it's you guys calling it, you know.
I'm remembering it now that I'm
Oh, is
reading
it
it.
coming back to you, Charlie? Everybody's like, I don't remember doing this. It was a year ago. A lot's happened in a year.
Whereas an excellent public school system is vital to the quality of life in this community and fundamental to preserving a strong democratic society now and in the future, and public schools are being held to higher standards of accountability than ever before at both the state and federal levels, and whereas the members of the Woodbridge Board of Education represent an invaluable resource in this community as local decision makers responding to the challenges of assuring our schools meets these higher standards, and these school board members must formulate policies to assure that all children learn to their fullest potential, and whereas the board members continually strive for improvement and progress with an understanding of the need for commitment to the highest standards of student achievement, and are working diligently to assure that our young people are educated and prepared for the future. And whereas the men and women elected to these positions deserve recognition and thanks for their countless hours of volunteer service for public education and the children of our community. Now therefore, the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen and the Woodbridge School District thank all members of the Woodbridge Board of Education for their tireless and devoted service to our children, our schools, and our community, and urge all residents of our community to join us in expressing appreciation to these exemplary public servants, and hereby designate March 17th, 2025 as School Board Member Day. Signed for Selectmen and Superintendent.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Can I ask, do we do something similar for Amity? Or can we?
I know that
Duplicate
I
it with
didn't do
Amity
Amity.
and send it over there too?
So, I
Very
think
nice.
it's, I like the idea, you know, so. I don't know that we, what is it, 17th?
It's Monday.
Okay. Do we read this? Do we,
Yeah, so Marcia usually coincides it with their next Woodbridge Board of Ed meeting, so that around whatever date there is, so that you're there to present it. So I can reach out to Amity Board of Ed, whoever staffs them, see if they're interested in doing it, but this comes on March.
sounds good. Put it on my, yeah, I'd like a conversation about that. That'd be good.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Great.
Why did we choose St. Patrick's Day?
That's their meeting day.
That's, I think, just because
I can remember
that's the day
Ed
they
used
happen to
show
be,
up and read it to us.
which is an interesting day to have a meeting.
It
Um,
almost always is.
So this is more of just an awareness situation as opposed to a vote situation, am I correct?
Yeah.
What, the proclamation?
Well, this is the board deciding to call it that day, so you all vote to proclaim it.
Oh, we're actually making the proclamation, we're deciding
Yes.
that the 17th will be the day for this proclamation. We're
Okay.
claiming it. So to that end, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone feels should be removed for any questions?
I have a quick question. If in the minutes, we just want to indicate what time I was no longer in that meeting? Because I was,
Do you know what time
lost my
that was?
connectivity. I think 9:35
Okay.
is my guess. And if we can just do that without taking it out of
I
consent?
can, yeah, I'll add
That'd
that.
be great.
I couldn't tell what time it was, cause I was going by the minutes of the hours in the meeting, and I couldn't correlate the filming time.
Right.
But yes, that's 9:35, I can add that, that's no problem.
When I first saw it, I said, no, it wasn't 4.5 hours. And I was like, oh, yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Any other items? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Well, any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. That ends our agenda items. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
You wanna
you.
keep this? Mind if I-